Chapter 1401. Life, your life force, every drop of your blood, every bone, every inch of your skin, every strand of your hair, your spirit, your soul, your time, your existence, your karma, if you exhaust all of these, what is left? Also, in every reincarnation, if you do not gamble all of the future that this body and this soul will face, how can you say that you have exhausted everything? An answer that sounds like a lunatic, but it is an answer that fits you perfectly. Light of memories flickered in his mind as they flashed before his eyes. That day, or who was he discussing this topic with? Was it in this era, or was it in the future? Speaking of which, why did he suddenly recall this memory? What was it that attracted them here? Yun Nuoxing looked up absent-mindedly. The domain that represented death spread hundreds of thousands of miles away, wiping out 7 or 8 chaos spawns every second. He stood in this empty area where only violent energy flowed, lowering his head slightly to look at his right hand and slowly clenching it. He saw countless lives on the spirit-gathering continent charging wildly in the tide of chaos. He saw countless lives falling. He saw heaven and earth collapsing and turning upside down, the void stagnating and time freezing. It was probably because of this scene? Perhaps it was because he was old and liked to let his imagination run wild. His eyes widened and his pupils suddenly turned blood-red. The dark red magic circle hanging beside him suddenly erupted with a 100-foot-wide energy beam, shooting into the tide of chaos thousands of miles away and landing on the ground, sweeping across tens of thousands of miles in a flash. The wild destructive energy was ignited, setting off a burst of energy that was enough to make the entire spirit-gathering continent tremble violently. The destructive energy fireworks shot into the sky, turning into a dark red sea of fire that extended for countless miles, covering the entire land with the momentum to sweep the world. Lives wrapped in black energy could be seen in the raging flames. They shed the black energy on their outer appearance in the flames, leaving only a scarlet energy body. Their eyes were filled with chaos and madness. They were like messengers walking in hell. Even their bodies were rapidly disappearing in the dark red sea of fire, burning to nothing. Before every one of them completely disappeared, they would use the last of their energy to launch a final energy attack at the barrier between heaven and earth in the distance. In his sight was a burning land, a burning life, a world eroded and devoured by flames. The golden sun couldn't penetrate this crimson sea of flames. The golden sun's illumination only made the crimson sea of flames more violent. The golden light inadvertently emitted from the sea of flames would suppress the light of the rising sun. Push forward. The warriors of the spirit-gathering continent fear nothing. Woola! Yun Nuoxing turned her head abruptly to look into the distance. The voice came from afar, and her gaze pierced through the dark red sea of fire that could be seen from any angle. She saw the humanoid dragons charging at the front line with their weapons. She narrowed her eyes slightly. They were close to meeting up. The rising sun hung high above their heads, and the sacred city was just a short distance away. They had already crossed the abyss left behind by the previous tide of chaos, and Yuan and the others did not care about giving orders anymore. They led a group of people to the front line with red eyes, waving their weapons like madmen. There was nothing to prepare, no orders, no need for any orders, and nothing to worry about. They could only burn their own existence, squeeze out all their strength, and gamble everything they had. They would either send the enemy to their deaths, or die here. There were more than 100 node barriers. He could not remember how many node barriers there were. It was probably 140 or 160. However, that was meaningless. The number that really mattered was the number 3. They were only 3 node barriers away from the sacred city. The sacred city that spanned millions of miles disappeared after the golden sun was cast, leaving only a magnificent and huge golden city and several equally huge floating islands. That was the last node barrier and, in theory, the final battlefield. The flames of war had never spread to that place. Now, all the non-combatants were hiding in those cities and floating islands. Ordinary people could not see the battle here in the TV series, but they could see the battle on the other side. They saw the worried and uneasy expressions on those people's faces, and when they saw familiar faces appear in front of them, some people directly entered a state of madness. That expression of wanting to protect something, that expression of wanting to protect everything, it was so familiar. He was very familiar with that gaze. It was something he had once despised called protection, and unfortunately, he was doing it now. Every living being around him was doing the same thing. Nirvana, falling stars. A magic array that encompassed the entire remaining area of the node barrier appeared above their head. After a moment of energy charging, beams of dark red energy that were thousands of feet in size, containing starlight, fell from the sky, like a rain of stars falling onto the ground. The eruption of energy caused a frenzied energy storm, and huge ripples spread across the sky. Those were the huge energy shockwaves caused by the eruption of star energy, bestowing protection to their own side and death to their enemies. A huge star domain appeared in the sky, but no one had the time to watch this scene that they had not seen for countless years. They could only dig out the enemy's heart with bloodshot eyes, or let the enemy penetrate their own chest. Strike me with the green soul dragon star fist. A violent aura that had condensed into the shape of a gigantic azure dragon appeared on the horizon. The gigantic azure dragon swam in the sky, sending down the energy of death. Every time the energy flashed, it would take away countless chaos spawns. It descended on the ground in person, and it was like a majestic mountain range that was crazily moving. It even rushed to the front of Yun Nua planet. Come! Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and waved. The aura of the azure dragon abruptly changed direction and flew towards him. It slashed across his body, and the azure chi was suddenly dyed with a dark red color of destruction. The dark red color intertwined with the divine runes of various colors, causing the vast mountain range to emit a boundless aura of destruction. He pushed with both hands, and the green dragon presence was pushed forward. After it passed through the huge magic circle in front of him, it suddenly turned into 9 equally massive energy presences that roared and surged across the ground. It was as if 9 transparent mountains were plowing the land, and the frenzied tremors almost made the armies on both sides lose their footing. Rising sun, wash away the filth of this world. The blindfolded young man roared and raised his right hand. The huge golden sun in the sky suddenly released a brilliant energy, igniting his robe. The blindfold was also burned away, revealing a pair of empty eyes that were burning with golden flames. His bronze-colored skin was covered with runes that were burning with golden flames. From a distance, he looked like a human body cast in gold. With a roar, his body burst out with a golden light. At this moment, he was more like a humanoid dragon than Lord Qing. Just by charging, he could smash the chaos derivatives into powder. His hands waved randomly, tearing space and time apart. 2 golden rays of light that were hundreds of feet long burst out from his palms, which were more like 200 of feet long swords and sabers. As his hands waved randomly, they got rid of the chaos derivatives that were hundreds of feet away. The dark red sea of fire washed away the layer of black energy of the chaos spawns, and what was exposed in front of them was an endless scarlet army. The scarlet giant that was thousands of feet long suddenly raised its head, and its huge hand actually reached for the rising sun. That seemingly ordinary hand caused the void to collapse and distort wherever it passed, and the rising sun trembled a few times because of this sudden scene. "Protect the rising sun!" Everyone roared, and the people who were fighting on the ground suddenly shot up into the sky. However, there was a beam of energy that shot towards the rising sun at an even faster speed. It turned into a layer of transparent and hard energy barrier that protected the rising sun within. Then, thousands of beams of dark red starlight gathered in an instant and blasted down from the top of the giant's head. That beam of energy penetrated deep into the ground, and even the magma boiled. Path of the heavens, assemble! Tao Heaven stood high in the sky and shouted, and the space around him rippled with countless mirrors that were tens of thousands of miles wide appeared. The 5 huge spatial mirrors exploded with rumbling sounds, and huge golden ships shot out from the spatial mirrors, and then circled around the golden rising Sunday. All of the energy-focused crystals were pointed downwards, and the energy core that had been modified by Yun Nuashing exploded with energy that was tens of times more powerful than before, and it poured endless firepower onto the ground. Lord Feng, Lord Yun, the pressure that we are currently enduring has already exceeded the threshold limit by 72 times. Yun Nuashing roared, and the netherworld ruins soared slashed down with energy that could sweep through the world. Hundreds of giants that were tens of thousands of miles tall in the distance were annihilated. When he heard I Ching and in Yuan's words, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Normally, when the pressure reached a threshold, the battle line would be in a deadlock, and neither side would move. When the pressure slowly increased, they would have to retreat bit by bit. The safer range was between 4 to 10 times the pressure, and in this range, they could still fight while retreating, and still maintain their combat strength. But now he quickly scanned the battlefield. Even though the pressure had already reached 72 times, the speed of the tide of chaos was not as fast as before. This was because standing here, everyone had already abandoned all of their hopes and desires, and had transformed into a frenzied power. They only had obsession and killing intent in their hearts as they fought on the battlefield. There was no place to retreat. Continue. Kill. Don't retreat. We're standing right here. The whites of Yun Nuashing's eyes were dyed with the darkness of the void, and his eyes flashed with a frenzied dark red. He grabbed the netherworld ruin's sword and stabbed it into the void. The destructive energy that had infected the earth for a long time suddenly boiled, and with a frenzied energy, it erupted from the ground like a magma pillar, colliding with the falling stars above. A violent energy storm erupted, and the powerful destructive energy that contained the laws of destruction swept to the ends of the world. He stepped on the storm of destruction and pushed forward, taking step after step of destruction forward, pushing the destructive energy to the ends of the world. The despair of resisting madness, far away from the barrier of a dozen nodes, the sentient chaos spawn looked at the region that was spreading wildly like purgatory. It felt as if it was about to break out in cold sweat. It had witnessed the retaliation each time the tide of chaos reached this critical point. It had seen the madness and violence of those who resisted to the extreme, abandoning their lives. They were several times crazier than its many brethren. Every inch of their body had turned into a weapon that could be used for destruction. Yes, it had seen it many times, but it had never seen it like this time. So frenzied, so violent, so insane that it seemed as if they would drag the world down with them. This race is too scary, Wolf. It was so frightened that it started to scold them, especially those who looked like humans but were clearly not. When they went crazy, the entire world would tremble. Just as it was hesitating if it should retreat a distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire, it suddenly felt something and turned to look behind it. It was stunned for a moment before looking down. Its gaze pierced through the main body of the main continent and saw the chaos abyss below. It seemed to have calmed down. Yun Nuashing was violently pouring endless energy onto the world. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. His gaze pierced through countless distances in an instant. At that moment, more than half of the entire spirit condensation continent was shrouded in his energy. He saw the edge of the spreading energy. Over there, the endless tide of chaos was gone. There was no follow-up. The chaos abyss was also slowly calming down. The chaos abyss has calmed down. The upper limit of the enemy's combat power has been revealed. This roar swept through the remaining territory of the spirit condensation continent like a storm. Every life form that heard this was stunned. A few seconds later, they all let out a violent roar. The storm-like energy and attacks became even more violent. Even the light of the rising sun burst out with unprecedented brightness. And Yuan swung his sword and cut dozens of chaos spawns in half. He took a deep breath and stabbed his sword into the ground. The chaos abyss had calmed down. The enemies were no longer coming in an endless stream. However, the tide of chaos that could drown the entire spirit condensation continent was still raging on that vast and boundless territory. They were still coming in an endless stream. During the last tide of chaos, they had already received the news that the chaos abyss had calmed down when they retreated to the 50th and 60th node barrier. However, they only ended the battle when they reached the last 6 node barriers. This time, can they hold on? Looking up at the world where the 9 dragons roamed, the energy storm that swept across the world, the dark red sea of fire that was spreading wildly, and the energy storm that was huge and oppressive as it flattened the land along with the chaos spawn. He could not help but let out a long sigh. It works! Hold on until the end. Victory belongs to us. In the holy city, where there were no more towers, on the floating island under the rising sun, an old man with a long beard that reached his waist looked up at the rising sun. He looked at the world shrouded in flames and storms. He looked at the shadows of darkness that covered the entire world. He looked even further away. Finally, his gaze paused on Yun and the others. He bowed deeply. The sacrifice is too great. Too great. The stability of this world has fallen to a certain extent. This time, the chaos abyss will be wiped out forever. The old man placed his hands on his chest, and a ball of bright light emerged from his chest and floated to his hands. Then, he held it forward as if he wanted to hold the moon or the sun hanging in the sky. A golden flame appeared in his old eyes, and his entire body suddenly burned with golden flames. His snow-white beard and long hair were torn apart inch by inch, and his robes fluttered in the flames. His body was illuminated by the golden flames, and every inch of his flesh, bones, spirit, and soul was burning at this moment. A strange energy that belonged to this world suddenly burst out from behind everyone. That powerful energy made everyone tremble. Yun and the others turned around in shock. They looked below the rising sun and instantly saw the old man. They saw that he was burning himself and pouring all his energy into the golden light in his hands. Origin's sacrifice. Jing Yuanji cried out in surprise. The Origin God. Lord Feng. Their Origin God is in this world. He's sacrificing everything he has. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed wildly. Her mind went blank for a moment. Many questions flooded her mind, but now was not the time to think about them. The important thing was, what was that old man trying to do? The old man's figure quickly disappeared in the golden flames. The golden light that contained his everything slowly floated up and floated toward the rising sun. Soon, it crashed into the rising sun. This is my everything. Now let this world return to chaos and nothingness. The rising sun suddenly trembled violently. A golden energy torrent burst out from the 2 sides of the rising sun and rushed to the end of the world. The sky that had been shattered into nothingness suddenly trembled violently. Yun Nuoxing and the others suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was as if space had turned upside down. It was as if the world was flowing backward and reset. Everything in their sight had turned upside down. Then, they felt as if this world had turned into a cylinder with the spirit condensation continent as the center. This world turned upside down around the spirit condensation continent. Boom! A violent tremor came from the void. This violent tremor caused all living beings to focus. They suddenly realized that the surrounding scene, aside from the tumbling energy storm and the colors of energy, was only endless darkness. However, this was not necessary. The chaotic tide was still in front of them. One look was enough to make them fall into a frenzy again. They would fall into a battle with the chaos spawn and no longer care about anything else. The battlefield that had calmed down for a moment was once again filled with sounds of killing. Both sides were in a frenzy. They were still smashing their faces with surging energy. Yun Nuoshing looked at the dark space. This was the land of nothingness. They were still standing on the spirit condensation continent. However, below the spirit condensation continent, the chaotic abyss was no longer there. It was a ball of light that enveloped a huge continent. Above it was the rising sun that was still emitting endless energy in the land of nothingness. And above it Yun Nuoshing's pupils shrank. On top of the rising sun was the huge crack. No, that was not right. That was only the edge of the crack. Looking along the edge of the crack, his eyes unconsciously turned around. Then, he took a deep breath. We have run into the chaotic abyss. Jing Yuanji's expression trembled. Was it done by that person just now? King! And Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Yun Nuoshing turned around to look at the battlefield behind them. And Yuan suddenly swept a large area around them clean. Then, a transparent and illusory figure quietly appeared in front of him. It was the heavenly god of origin of this world, who had suddenly appeared after sacrificing himself. After that old man appeared, his body emitted golden flames again. However, this time, he was not burning himself. His body quietly grew taller. His waist-length beard disappeared, and his white hair turned black. His old face slowly recovered its youth. His body gradually recovered its youth. When he spoke, his voice also gradually changed from old to young. This is the chaotic abyss. It is the enemy's home ground, but not their home ground. The power of the rising sun suppresses the chaotic abyss. This is the final battlefield, the final battle. There is only one result after coming here. Regardless of whether we win or lose, the spirit-gathering continent will still exist. It will no longer be affected by the chaotic abyss. You have cut off the real world and used the power of the rising sun to create a stage for the continent. A stage set in the chaotic abyss. Don't tell me you want to use the power of the rising sun to destroy the chaotic abyss? Yun Nuoshing waved his hand to keep the storm of destruction spinning. He looked at the young king and said, sacrificing all the energy of the origin realm and using the power of the rising sun to create this stage, then transferring all the energy and the chaotic tide here. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered. You have been preparing for this for a very, very long time, right? I have been preparing since I was only a god. The king shrugged and narrowed his eyes. Until I stepped into origin. Until this step. We have finally arrived here. This is the origin of everything, and also, the place of the end. Chapter 1402. The world was dark and no other colors could be seen. After leaving this area, nothing could be seen. It was the complete opposite of the pure white sky from before. Even if nothing existed in that area, there would at least be bright light descending from nowhere. But here, no one would have thought that the interior of the chaos abyss would be like this. As the source of the destruction of the main continent for tens of millions of years, they had thought that it would be. Come to think of it, they themselves did not know what the chaos abyss was like. So no matter what it was like, it was beyond their expectations. Solar eclipse. The golden rising sun erupted into a dazzling blaze after a loud roar. The light had turned into something that had a physical existence. It could be seen spreading out from the rising sun like a burning flame. The living beings who were blessed by the energy of the rising sun were also ignited with golden flames. They looked similar to the blindfolded young man. Everyone could feel that their strength had been enhanced to another level, while the attack from the chaotic energy seemed to have weakened a lot. The rising sun has suppressed the power of the chaotic tide. And Yuanshe roared angrily. He switched to a spear and forcefully pierced through the space 300 meters in front of him. The tremendous power tore the chaos spawns to pieces. Destroy them! Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at the spirit-gathering continent's sovereign king who was walking slowly beside her. She frowned. When did you reach reciprocity? The sovereign king, who had recovered his youthful appearance, stretched his arms and said indifferently, It's been many years, but it didn't happen in this world. Yun Nuoshing and the others were stunned. They looked at each other. This guy knew that this world was only one of the many worlds in the void. He knew about the existence of the outside. The sovereign king looked at the chaotic battlefield and used all his strength to control the rising sun. The stable situation allowed him to speak a little more leisurely. I left this world by accident and entered that dark space. I saw the existence of other worlds before me. It was also at that time that I finally stepped into the realm I had been looking forward to for a long time. At that time, there was a voice that guided me to leave this place and go to another place. That voice said that the dark place was called the void, and that I needed to go to the next void. Yun Nuoshing listened as she wantonly spread the destructive storm to every corner. This world was imaginary. No matter how she used her power, she did not have to worry about affecting the spirit-gathering continent. After coming to this space, I Ching and Monarch Green also let loose and made a big fuss. She looked at the sovereign king and said, Then, you came back? Because there is still this terrible threat in my world. The sovereign king subconsciously stroked the beard on his chest, but he touched nothing. He laughed awkwardly. I can't leave alone. Once I leave, this world will be completely finished. Although I say so, even if I have been preparing for countless years, even if I am already standing in this realm, I still feel a little powerless in the face of the tide of chaos. This has become an obsession, a demonic thought. I will not stop until I destroy the abyss of chaos. If I have to face the worst result, I would rather let this world and the abyss of chaos perish together. At this point, he paused for a moment and looked at Yun Nuoshing seriously. Fortunately, when this chaotic tide began, I saw all of you. It was your appearance, your existence that made me determined to take this step, and avoid the ending of mutual destruction, but you still have to sacrifice your own life. Yun Nuoshing looked at him, then at the spawns of chaos, and said, The tide of chaos is a kind of energy that distorts the laws and reality. There is no such thing as restraining it. You burned your own essence, sacrificed everything of the Empyrean god of origin, and used the purer and purer power of the laws to suppress the tide of chaos. This is also a price that must be paid. The sovereign king shrugged nonchalantly and smiled. How can there be no price to pay to destroy the abyss of chaos? After I returned to this world, I poured everything into that plan. I suppressed my own realm, drew out the power of the Empyrean god of origin's spirit, soul, and flesh, and used it to power the holy city, to make the final preparations for the rising sun. It was all worth it. In fact, having come this far, my goal has been achieved. There is no longer the abyss of chaos in this world. Continuing to fight is just a hope that there is still someone here who can return alive. As he said that, he could not help but laugh, and a look of pride and satisfaction appeared on his determined face. Yun Nuoshing looked at him, and could not help but sigh softly. You are indeed very powerful. Then, we can also help to make your plan even more perfect. The sovereign king nodded. I know that you are not people of this world. The void is boundless. Although I do not know how big it is, it does not make people feel despair. In this world's darkest and most critical time, there is a force from the outside that came to help. This must be said to be a miracle. He looked at the seemingly endless tide of chaos in front of him and asked, I wonder if you have any plans, or if there is anything you need to cooperate with? Yun Nuoshing shook her head. You have felt our power yourself. There is no way we can fully use it in this world. For now, we just need to maintain this momentum. According to this momentum, at this speed, the tide of chaos will be exhausted in at most 3 days. This is all the chaos energy that has been hidden in the depths of this world for tens of millions of years. Even without your actions, it will not be a threat to this world. The sovereign king's expression trembled slightly, and he smiled. That is so, but it does not matter. The plan that had been prepared for countless years, and now that it had been carried out, there was no need to talk about turning back. This time they would not rest until death, and the abyss of chaos would be destroyed. There were other things that Yun Nuashing did not tell the Sovereign King about, so that he would not suddenly faint after hearing the more shocking news. The situation at hand was still dangerous, and there was still the danger of the entire army being wiped out. They still needed to control the overall situation. Yun Nuashing looked at the tide of chaos that was still surging towards them. She took a deep breath, and the energy that was hovering around her surged out in all directions without holding back. Rings of violent energy shockwaves rumbled as they swept across the void, and the chaos minions that were close to them were wiped out in an instant. Even the chaos minions that were thousands of miles away were affected, slowing down their movements and melting away their existence bit by bit. A humming sound of energy came from afar. Hundreds of giant energy pillars formed from scarlet energy gushed out from the ground like a fountain. They stirred in the void, devouring the chaotic energy. The terrifying energy movement spread out in all directions. Those chaos spawns that had just been affected by the energy shockwave now had an even more distorted energy surging on their bodies, counteracting the destruction of the energy. As the energy pillars suddenly collapsed, hundreds of gigantic chaos spawns that were tens of thousands of miles tall walked out from within. The entire Scarlet Sea was boiling. The monarch's palm drew a semicircle in the air, and hundreds of dazzling golden lights fell from the rising sun in all directions, landing at the front line of the battlefront. After those lights pierced the ground, they turned into flags that were 2 meters tall. Sacred energy runes flickered on the flags, and golden halos spread out from each flag, covering a huge area. Every warrior that stepped into this area had their energy runes burning with golden energy, as if plating a layer of golden light on every life form that was resisting the chaos minions. It was extremely dazzling in this dark void. Yun Nuashing looked at the still huge army, and could not help but glance around and sigh. Compared to the first time they fought in the first node barrier, there were now only half of the remaining life forms. More than half of the prosperous spirit condensation continent had died in this tide of chaos, and without their help, perhaps they would have been wiped out. From the beginning of the battle until today, almost 100 days had passed, and there were times when they retreated to the next node barrier, and before they could catch their breath, they had to continue fighting. Even now, even when they retreated to the last 3 node barriers, they did not have any time to rest before the final battle. However, not a single life form retreated. Before they were mobilized to the abyss of chaos, they had abandoned all unnecessary emotions in their hearts. At this moment they seemed to be turning into those monsters, and other than death, there was nothing that could stop them. And Yuan kept on killing, and kept on calculating the pressure they were under. It was not known how long ago it started. Probably when everyone went berserk, the battle changed, and the battlefront was no longer complete, showing fragmented chaos, like the branches of a big tree spreading out in countless directions. They could be surrounding the chaos minions, or they could be surrounded by the chaos minions, but one thing was for sure, they were generally under a pressure that was 100 times more than the limit, and yet they did not stop pushing forward. Even if it was chaotic and fragmented, they still pushed the chaos minions back with slow and steady steps, and kept pushing it deeper into the abyss. Pushing forward with great difficulty, there was no telling how many lives had fallen in the process. He did not know how many times he had swung his weapon, how many weapons he had broken, and how many times he had been injured. Only his will was left, supporting himself and everyone to keep pushing forward, until the moment of death. Yun Nuashing raised the Nethervoid sword high, and a vast amount of energy gathered in the air, and at the same time, it seized all the energy in the battlefield, and finally formed dozens of 1,000-mile-tall energy swords above his head. As he swung the sword, the dozens of energy swords slashed the ground, and the sword light that gushed out like a tidal wave cut the earth and the void apart, and the energy that erupted in the depths of the battlefield directly destroyed the energy pillars that were forming the Chaos Minions. In the midst of the eruption of energy, Yun Nuashing took the time to look at the distant sky, and vaguely, he felt some kind of pressure and could not help but be shocked. In this chaotic battlefield, there was actually an existence that could make them feel a little bit of pressure? Boom! A violent storm erupted in the distant ground, and scarlet energy pillars gathered in the depths of the battlefield. The chaotic tide seemed even more violent because of the appearance of the energy storm and the energy pillars, and it surged toward them in an even more turbulent manner. That crazy power, for a moment, stopped the advancing battle line. Dozens of light pillars stood in all directions, and a terrifying aura was brewing within. In less than a minute, the energy pillars collapsed, and this time, it was no longer the giant Chaos Minions that appeared in the energy pillars, but more than a dozen humanoid Chaos Minions with terrifying auras. And they actually had a definite body shape, and it was possible to tell whether they were male or female, and even some human characteristics. They were no longer in the shape of a human being formed by a mass of scarlet energy. After the dozen or so figures appeared, a storm-like energy aura erupted, and their eyes coldly reflected the appearance of all the lives in the distance, watching them become sluggish because of their appearance, and then looked at Yun Nuashing and the others. As their aura erupted, the entire battlefield quieted down, and even the Chaos Minions were no longer as violent as before. The sudden appearance of more than a dozen unprecedentedly powerful Chaos Minions also stunned all the lives. Just as they were a little flustered, a voice rang out beside all the lives. "Calm down, don't panic, guys, let's receive the guests." Boom! Dozens of auras that were even more violent soared into the sky, and Qing Jun, and the others brought their own people and floated into the air, fearlessly walking toward the dozen or so figures. Basically, there were 3 people to deal with each figure. I never thought the Chaos Minions would have existences at this level. Yun Nuashing watched Qing and the others deal with the reciprocity Chaos Minions that had suddenly appeared, and could not help but shake his head. It looked like they really were the inferior versions of the Death Mist and the Darkness Army. He was only slightly surprised that there were Chaos Minions at this level among them. Honestly speaking, their numbers and strength were not enough. When they saw Qing Jun, and the others suppressing the derivative that had suddenly emerged with a sovereign attitude, the battlefield once again erupted with a crazy aura. The morale of the Order side soared to a very high level, and the sudden eruption of power once again pushed back the tide of chaos. However, they're just energy without intelligence after all. Let alone a dozen of them, even if a dozen or so distorted origin gods came, it would still be useless. Yun Nuashing exhaled deeply. However, since Chaos Minions at this level had been used, it seemed like the Chaos Tide had basically reached its limit. It seemed like they did not even need 3 days. If they were a little more violent, they might be able to end the long battle today. "Boys, charge with me." Qing Jun suddenly laughed aloud as the tables turned. He smashed the reciprocity Chaos Minions to pieces with a swing of his axe, causing them to fall to the ground like a meteor. He smashed countless Chaos Minions into pieces before turning into a spear that tore through the Chaos Tide's formation. Seeing this, everyone behind him roared out and followed behind Qing Jun. They crossed several thousand kilometers with the spear, cutting all the Chaos Minions along the way to pieces. Yun Nuashing resisted the urge to look at Qing Jun. He looked elsewhere. As the reciprocity Chaos Minions that Qing Jun had dealt with died, the other Chaos Minions were done for very quickly as well. Under his orders, the group of people who had already begun a massacre charged through the Chaos Tide with the lives of the world. Perhaps it was because of the collapse of the reciprocity Chaos Minions, but the movements and strength of the weaker Chaos Minions had slowed down slightly. The core of the Chaos Tide has been destroyed. At this moment, the Sovereign King seemed to see through his doubts and explained from behind. "Core. It's equivalent to a commander. It's a higher-level Chaos minions that possess a brain that's even more nimble than the other Chaos minions, but it still doesn't possess intelligence. It's just a slightly higher-level puppet. Originally, the core could borrow the energy of the Chaos Tide, but it was destroyed before they could use it. Their existence makes the Chaos Tide even more orderly and powerful. The Sovereign King shrugged and let out a sigh of relief inadvertently. I just never thought that reciprocity Chaos minions would appear. The reason why the Chaos Tide we encountered this time was so powerful might have something to do with the existence of these reciprocity Chaos minions. Yun Nuoshing responded and looked at the battlefield. The millstone that had killed countless lives had finally shown signs of exhaustion, slowing down. The power of order had endured the most difficult time, when the core had collapsed, when the Chaos Tide had shown signs of exhaustion. Although it was still tremendous, filling up most of the spirit-gathering continent, it had lasted for almost 100 days. Enduring another half a day would not be a big deal. Everyone's strength is about to be overdrawn. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. Even with the rising sun, even with the various methods, even with the undying will, in the end, we still can't endure the day of exhaustion. There are already people who have fallen behind. Lord Feng, we can't go on like this. Jing Yuanji also said, if we continue like this, before we can destroy the Chaos Tide, they will fall first. The Sovereign King looked at the warriors who had already overdrawn all their strength, fighting with everything they had under the cover of the golden light. He looked at them falling to the ground in exhaustion. Some of them could not stand up after falling. He could not help but grit his teeth and clench his fists tightly. But we've already come this far, even the core has been destroyed. Are we going to fall in this place? Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and said, Phew, we've already come this far. At least have some confidence in the people in your own world. It's fine. Everything will pass. I will let Monarch Qing and the others retreat a little. Then we will go in alone. We can share a large portion of the pressure. Woo! The sound of a bugle horn suddenly spread throughout the entire battlefield, causing everyone to be stunned. This bugle horn was not a bugle horn they had heard before. Moreover, this was the bugle horn of the soul. However, why would such a sound suddenly appear at this moment? Yun Nuoshing also turned her head and looked around strangely, looking for the earth-shaking horn sound. After a while, she slowly raised her head and looked at the rising sun. In the dazzling light, a large number of transparent things suddenly appeared, stepping on the golden light and emerging in this space. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at them. When those transparent things completely emerged, she discovered that they turned out to be a group of soul bodies. It was a continuous sea of soul bodies, wearing several kinds of armors and robes of different styles across time and space. They appeared in this chaotic abyss, and were still appearing in a steady stream, appearing here from the rising sun. The king was also stunned for a moment. He looked at the soul bodies that appeared in front of him in a mighty formation like soldiers, and his eyes were a little dazed. He didn't know where these soul bodies came from or why they suddenly appeared here. Yun Nuoshing, who was about to go to the depths to hold the line, was also stunned for a moment by this strange scene that suddenly appeared. The vast and mighty soul army that was constantly emerging was even more than all the remaining lives at this moment. And it was not only the lives of the human race, but also the souls of more huge magical beasts. They were silent and came out of the rising sun little by little, their bodies becoming more and more solid. It was not until a tall figure came out of the rising sun and flashed to the front of the army that an Yuan shouted in astonishment. That's the great king of the previous generation. Those soul bodies were silent, and none of them opened their mouths to speak a word. Even the great king of the previous generation, that an Yuan mentioned, just silently led the entire soul army forward until they saw the chaotic tide below. Then, the great king suddenly waved his hand. Woo! The ear-piercing sound of the spirit horn spread across the sky. The soul army behind him let out a shrill and roar at the soul level. In the next moment it was time for the army to charge. The endless sea of souls drowned the heaven and earth. The great king roared soundlessly. No one could hear him except for Yun Nuoshing, who clearly heard that shrill cry. This is our last strength. For the spirit-gathering continent. Chapter 1403. 100 days of non-stop, all-out fighting had drained the power of all life. The power of order and chaos began to fade at the same time, while cracks began to appear in the defensive line of life. Their foundation was shaking, and when they were at the end of the road and about to collapse, an extremely special power took over the flag and held the line of defense that was about to crumble. As if symbolizing the alternation of two powers, that army of souls took over the trajectory of this world's fate, unleashing the last of their power towards the tide of chaos. How many such souls were there? Yun Nuoshing himself could not count them. They were still pouring out of the rising sun even now. He could barely tell from their clothing and armor that they were beings from different eras of this world. They were all beings that had fallen in the tide of chaos. Every time a standard armor or clothing disappeared, he knew that the current generation had all made their appearance, while the previous generation of beings that had perished would also emerge from the rising sun generations after generations, along with the lives that were still standing on the battlefield and the transmission of life and death. Perhaps some of them were even related to those souls. The legion of souls held back the crumbling front line, stirring up the greatest storm in millions of years as it swept across the battlefield, mincing every strand of chaotic energy. It was a battle that spanned millions of years, and they had been fighting those things even before they died. Now that they had come out again, they only needed to regain the feeling they had back then. Such an army that carried a heavy meaning and countless breaths of time was engaged in a life-and-death battle with the tide of chaos with almost the same number of people. The level of chaos on the scene had reached another level. It was no longer under control, and there was no need for any control. As for Yun Nuo, just as he had said earlier, he stayed in that domain of death and charged into the depths of the tide of chaos alone, magnifying the power of his domain to the maximum. He was like a dark red storm, and wherever he passed, all energy would be exhausted. The tide of chaos had emptied out a huge empty space of 100,000 miles. Even if their numbers were endless, it would still take a few seconds for them to fill up that gap. Hoo-ha! Ha! The roars of the souls reverberated throughout the battlefield. The person who seemed to be the commander raised the weapon in his hand and let out a loud roar. The many souls behind him responded like the waves of the sea. These two slogans reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, their might shaking the heavens. Those who can still move, stand up, stand up. And Yuanxing stabbed his sword into the ground and spat out blood. He roared, "Our ancestors are shining upon us. For the spirit-gathering continent. Kill!" The living beings who still had the strength to move responded in unison, wiping off the blood on their faces and casually picking up the weapons beside them. Then, they charged on the battlefield with the heroic souls from tens of millions of years ago, squandering their remaining strength. The king stood on the back of a giant dragon, holding up a brilliant golden flag. Holy light shone from the sky, spreading the energy of the rising sun to every corner of the battlefield, so that those who could still fight could squander their energy to their heart's content. There is still hope, there is still hope, this world will not despair. The lives of the spirit-gathering continent will not come to an end one day. The former great king suddenly raised his head and saw the king riding on the giant dragon. His hollow eyes flickered, and he suddenly jumped up high onto the dragon's back. "That's right, child, there is still hope. From now on, this is the battlefield of us old fogies. You must bear this hope and live on." The king was stunned when he heard the voice behind him. He saw the former great king standing in front of him, snatching the flag from his hand and leaping into the tide of chaos alone. He could not help but be stunned. But He opened his mouth and laughed bitterly. He did not hold the flag of the rising sun, but he did not listen to the order. He still led the flying force and galloped on the battlefield. This was not a battle of one person. This battle did not belong to any one person. It belonged to this continent, belonged to everyone. This world had been fighting for tens of millions of years. The tide of chaos had pushed this world to the edge of order again and again. All of them had persevered and survived every wave of destruction. Those who survived had witnessed the scenes of the layers of defense being shattered and countless lives disappearing in front of their eyes. They had also received the kindness of others. Their lives were exchanged with the blood and souls of those who fought in front of them. For tens of millions of years, the tide of chaos had destroyed again and again. Those who survived had restored the prosperity of the continent. They had passed on all the knowledge of the previous generation to the next generation. From the ashes and ruins of the land, new sprouts had sprouted. When the new generation grew strong and matured, they would understand this world through the inheritance. Then, when the destruction came again, they would become the next generation's inheritors. Just like a cycle, the cycle never changed. Right now, it was the end of this cycle. How could he stop and not fight at this time? The spawns of chaos had never seen such a horrifying scene. The army of souls was almost 1/10 of their size. However, they were much stronger than them. However, they did not care about that. They were not afraid of death. They only knew that they would charge forward until everything in front of them was destroyed. Or, they would let the things in front of them destroy them. However, this was the first time they had encountered an unshakable resistance. They had used all their strength and numbers, but they still could not take back the control of the battlefield. The tide of chaos was retreating. This time, it was their turn to hold on. Yun Nuoshing was deep in the tide of chaos. He had forcefully opened up a second battlefield. He alone was a war. The storm and commotion he stirred up were no weaker than the commotion caused by the countless life forms on the other side. The elements of destruction and the energy of destruction weaved together to form death symbols that fell to the ground like raindrops. The dark red storm harvested the spawns of chaos that came close and broke into the domain. He held the Netherworld Ruin's sword in his hand and unleashed a powerful attack that was like a judgment, splitting the ground into deep chasms. He continued to charge and kill deeper into the battlefield. Balls of destruction energy were sent deeper into the battlefield, stirring up a destructive storm in the distance. The dark red energy and the storm were mixed with golden energy from time to time. The energy with the holy aura made the spawns of chaos around him go crazy. As if stimulated, many of the spawns of chaos that were rushing to the front of the battlefield sensed this aura and turned around to charge at him. He alone had taken a lot of pressure off the battlefield. How long until we reach the edge? Hearing this, the little angel took a moment to look at the edge. After a moment of silence, he said, "At this speed, we can reach the edge in an hour." Yun Nuoshing let out a deep roar. His soul and mind power surged out, causing the energy storm's area of influence to continue expanding. Gradually, it covered millions of miles and even tens of millions of miles. Around him, there were many kinds of energy storms that were stirred up. The momentum was terrifying. Hum hum. A shapeless sound suddenly rang out in his head. It was probably a roar, but he could hear some anger and violence from it. His mind became slightly dazed because of the sound. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. In the depths of the chaotic tide, several scarlet storms had gathered. The storms had stolen the energy of the void, stealing all the energy that had shot out from the battlefield. Their appearance seemed to cause a ripple in the void, constantly trembling. In this dark and empty place, scarlet light actually sprinkled down. Several figures walked out from the storm. Just like the spawns of chaos that had just been destroyed, they had their own bodies and their own more prominent chaotic energy. Their bodies were engraved with some sort of divine inscriptions or glyphs, which gently wriggled due to the energy rippling around them. Yun Nuoshing looked at the chaotic glyphs and could not help but squint his eyes. They're divine inscriptions, reciprocity divine inscriptions. They're bestowed by other origin gods. These spawns control the power of divinity and divine authority. Just how much effort did those guys from the twisted race put into this world? Why are they destroying it just like that? No one answered his question. The 5 figures with powerful energy rushed towards him. They broke through his storm and rushed into the center of the domain. They charged towards Yun Nuo without fear of death. A strange expression appeared in Yun Nuoshing's eyes when he sensed the energy, laws, divine authority, and divinity that were close to early reciprocity. A glyph between his eyebrows silently flickered, and the Netherruin's sword became wrapped in a layer of energy. As he swung the sword without any fancy moves, the 5 figures were suddenly blown away by the powerful energy. They flew away much faster than they had charged over, disappearing from the center of the domain in a flash. They were even tortured by the destructive storm. However, since Yun Nuoshing had suppressed his power, the 5 figures did not directly collapse. Instead, they charged into the storm of energy again, brandishing their claws at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing's black eyes reflected the movements of the figures as they charged over. Their movements, which were already slow, became even slower. Perhaps because he was tired of this endless battle, the presence he had suppressed suddenly erupted. In just a single moment, it broke through his limits and recovered its original strength. A huge ball of energy condensed in his hand, and he tossed it out without any hesitation. Boom! The presence that had just erupted recovered to the level of reciprocity in a single moment. In the blink of an eye, a ball of dark red light suddenly expanded wildly from the ground in the distance. The violent energy and the sound of laws being destroyed rang out in a single moment. The violent energy swept away the countless chaotic creatures in the region, almost causing a corner of the illusory spirit-gathering continent to collapse. After casually dealing with the figures, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. He also said to Qing Jun and Yi Qing, "Be careful. There seem to be more reciprocity creatures, and there's several levels stronger than the ones we just killed. They can use the power of divinity and divine authority." Everyone was stunned. Yi Qing asked in a hurry, "What special effects do they have if they use it?" "I don't know. I didn't let them use it." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Everyone was speechless. Sure enough, the best way to kill an enemy was to kill them before they could even raise their shield. After dealing with the reciprocity creatures in his way, Yun Nuoshing charged toward the edge of the chaotic tide again. This time, he left the storm of energy where he was and charged out of the storm like a leaf. He rode the wind, passing through the sea of creatures that were still as numerous as before. He dealt with the larger creatures along the way and charged out of the range of the chaotic tide with a flash, silently landing on the ground. Yun Nuoshing's presence surged as he landed heavily on the ground, blowing away the energy and dust. He raised the Netherruin's sword and looked around. All he saw was emptiness and darkness, as if he had entered a world of darkness. This region seemed to have become empty space, yet it also felt like he was standing on solid ground. He could not see anything. Only the swaying scarlet and black creatures behind him were unique objects. As this was empty space, Yun Nuoshing did not raise his head to check the situation of the chaotic tide. However, logically speaking, this should be the very end of the tide. It was filled with countless strands of distorted energy, and there were traces left behind by the distorted energy everywhere. However, there was not a single chaotic creature to be seen. It was as if the storm had passed through in a horrible shape. That's right. There were still things left behind after the storm and the chaotic tide had passed. This was the result of the overly dense distorted energy distorting reality. It would take quite a lot of effort to reverse it. If he did not touch the ground, he would need a lot of time for it to slowly recover. This was a fictional setting in the chaotic abyss, so there was no need for him to do something like that. Yun Nuoxing shook his head as he glanced at the chaos spawn that was gradually disappearing into the distance. He surveyed his surroundings. The Netherruin sword floated by his side as he slowly walked across the dark and twisted land. He constantly switched his gaze as if he was searching for something. "Are you looking for me?" His ears suddenly caught a voice. Yun Nuoxing looked to the side and saw a ruin in the distance. The ruin was about 10,000 feet tall. It was also the only thing that had a shape in this dark land. 90% of the ruin had been swallowed by the darkness. Only the top part of the ruin still had some color. That was probably the corner of a city wall. That should be a city. The city wall was also slowly being swallowed by the darkness, and would soon be completely melted into the darkness. On top of the ruins sat the chaos manifestation that possessed intelligence. It was bent over, its fist resting on its cheek as though it was deep in thought. Black energy enveloped its body, while the scarlet energy on its body outlined its body into a blurry shape. It was probably the same as the previous chaos manifestations. The only difference was that the chaos manifestation's eyes could still be seen. They were a little worried and a little calm. "Are you waiting for me?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at it and slowly walked over. It shook its head and suddenly sat up straight to look ahead. "I'm watching my compatriots walk towards death. The war that has lasted for tens of millions of years is about to be destroyed along with them." Yun Nuoxing paused. His expression was very strange. "You also said that they are your compatriot. Don't you have any other thoughts?" "Compatriots, huh?" It pondered for a moment. Its body shook a few times as if it was laughing. "But they are all created by someone else. Besides, I only think of them as my compatriot. In truth, they are just a bunch of dull, unintelligent, high-level puppets that do not know how to communicate. Once they receive an order, they will only use the most simple method to carry it out. Even if they are destroyed, they will not change their method of action. At least, I think that I am different. I should be different. It's about to end." It suddenly sighed. This meaningless matter should have ended a long time ago. Yun Nuoxing's expression was a bit strange. It leapt into the air at the same level as it and slowly walked to a place about 2 zhang away from it. It looked ahead together with it and watched as the chaotic manifestations walked forward without fear of death. They first had to pass through that devastating storm of destruction. A portion of the manifestations would deviate from their path and be attracted by the storm, while the rest would walk towards the center of the battlefield. "Then what about you?" It saw that it had no intention of speaking, so it suddenly spoke. "Did you come here to look for me?" Yun Nuoxing nodded seriously. Why are you looking for me? Compared to my compatriots, my strength is only at the level of a small soldier. Rather than spending so much effort to come here to look for me, it would be better for you to just stay there and use the storm." It stared straight at him. Those scarlet eyes did not have the tyrannical and crazy feeling that those manifestations usually had. The meaning behind its words was that it was impossible for him to have come all the way here just to kill it alone. Thus, it was very curious as to what exactly he wanted to do. "Of course, I'm definitely not here to kill you," Yun Nuoxing said casually. He tilted his head and met those scarlet eyes. "I'm just a bit curious about you, a life form that was born from distorted energy." He could sense both order and non-order energy from its body at the same time. It was delicately located at the balance point of this boundary. It was neither, yet it was both. To be honest, he was also a bit vexed right now. Before this, he had never thought about how to deal with the chaotic manifestations that had gained sentience. This problem had been magnified. It was equivalent to a certain manifestation of the abyss's death mist that had gained sentience, yet displayed a state of balance, a state of order. Then what should he do? Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this the situation of the little angel? It was a pure entity that was born from the abyss's death mist. It possessed non-order energy, yet it had never used it. It had always displayed the attribute of order. Oh, then he understood how to deal with it. After this is over, what do you plan to do? Yun Nuoshing looked at the manifestation and asked. You're asking me? It tilted its head strangely and looked at him for a while. Then, it suddenly leaned back and swung its legs in the air a few times. It said, I don't know. If it's possible, I want to see those beautiful colors. Colors? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. It nodded. Its scarlet eyes were filled with nostalgia. Every once in a while, I would come out from my home and come to this continent to see those colorful scenes. It's very beautiful, very beautiful. I don't know how to describe those. I don't have any thoughts about destruction. I don't want to destroy those very happy things. My compatriots don't have any sentience. As long as that order is given, they will destroy all those beautiful colors. Every time, I would stand in the middle and look at those colorful scenes. I would just look at them like that. When I feel that there is danger, I would retreat. When my compatriots are all wiped out, I would return to my home and wait for the next time I come out. Yun Nuoshing scratched its head. Why don't you just stay on the continent? I wouldn't dare. Looking at how you all are resisting your compatriots, how would I dare to go out? Wouldn't I be targeted by the entire army the moment I show myself? Even though I have sentience, I'm still very weak. I'll break at the slightest touch. It glanced at him in annoyance. When it saw him nod with a bitter smile, it continued, so I can only wait for that long period of time. As I wait and wait, I don't know how much time has passed. After a moment of silence, it suddenly stood up and said, It's meaningless for you to ask me what I plan to do. Why don't I ask you, how do you plan to deal with me? If you want to execute me, can you wait for a while? Why? Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned. It looked into the distance and could not find those beautiful colors. Could only see the dim world. It could not help but say, I want to wait for the world to recover. I want to see those colors again. I want to fall in those places. Hearing that, Yun Nuoshing scratched its head and looked away. Don't worry, there's still a use for you. Moreover, when it comes to order and non-order, to us, as long as we can show the form of order, the standpoint of our birth does not seem to be that important. We also have a fellow who was born in the non-order camp. In the end, he chose order and is living well. So, there's no need to worry about these things. Yun Nuoshing said. The little angel in the soul rolled its eyes. Bulsh *T, you're the one who kidnapped me. Yun Nuoshing grinned. When I saw you, you didn't have the characteristics of the death mist of the abyss. Alright, you were the one who showed the presence of order first. Otherwise, how could I talk to you so calmly? The little angel was stunned. After thinking for a while, it said, I think you're right. Yun Nuoshing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at him, suddenly changing his expression and smiling foolishly and bitterly, it scratched its head in confusion. However, as for the answer that he said, it actually had a little bit of expectation in its heart. In fact, it did not have the thought of living. Right now, it seemed to be a little different. Chapter 1404. The chaotic energy was fading away as quickly as it came, almost like the ebb and flow of the tide. However, this ebb and flow had taken many things with it. The ebb and flow of the tides that had been rising and falling on the main continent for tens of millions of years had taken many things with it. Many memories were lost, and their existence was reduced to nothingness. When the few cores behind the tide of chaos were completely destroyed, the chaotic energy of the entire Spawn army had lost its destructive power and would not regenerate. The chaotic aura that filled the entire void had also disappeared. The first to react was not anyone on the battlefield, but the rising sun that hung high in the void. It existed to fight against the tide of chaos, and when the energy of the tide of chaos faded away, its light gradually dimmed, and it no longer released that suppressive force. However, the battlefield did not need that suppressive force anymore. The shadows of chaos had faded away, and so had the black shadows that hung high above their heads. However, the land of nothingness that was revealed was still pitch black. The most obvious thing that happened was when the chaos spawns were all destroyed. It was only when the last chaos spawn vanished into nothingness that everyone suddenly realized that there were no longer any shadows of the chaos spawns around them. The chaotic storm that blew across the land of nothingness had stopped. The strange phenomenon that stood on the horizon had all collapsed and disappeared. The chaotic energy that remained in the space and land was slowly disintegrated by the energy of the rising sun after losing its support, turning into energy particles that floated into the air and disappeared when they touched the land of nothingness. And Yuansheng was lying on the ground. He was a little stunned when he saw this. Subconsciously, he reached out and grabbed an energy particle. The particle became solid and rolled in his palm. He could feel 2 waves of energy rolling in his hand. Finally, they dissipated bit by bit and disappeared. A warm light shone on his face. He looked up slightly and saw the light of the rising sun. However, this light was something he had never seen or felt before. It no longer carried the aura of war. It was very gentle. The light scattered in all directions, dispelling the darkness in his vision and attracting the attention of countless people. Even though he knew that he was still in the abyss of chaos, he could not resist the warmth and comfort that he felt at that moment. He wanted to fall asleep just like that. It's not over yet. Do you want to be buried in this place if you fall asleep just like that? When Yun Nuoshing's face appeared in his line of sight, and Yuan, who had been struggling to keep his eyelids open, suddenly woke up. It's still not over? Hasn't the chaotic tide already subsided? And Yuanshi looked at the exhausted warriors lying on the ground and waving their hands at each other, unable to even speak. All right, seems like I still have some strength left. And Yuanshi smiled faintly and forced himself to stand up. All right, seems like I still have some strength left. After the tide of chaos had subsided, the army of souls had silently turned into clusters of soul power before slipping into the rising sun like smoke. When they appeared, they were accompanied by the sound of the horn, bringing with them an earth-shattering presence. At this moment they were leaving without a sound, as if they were ghosts. Oh, they were ghosts in the first place. Compared to souls, Yun Nuoshing felt that they were more like ghosts that were bound by some obsessions or some other reason to stay in the world. Obsessions, as for obsessions, naturally meant that they wanted to end the tide of chaos. After getting what they wanted, they quickly collapsed and vanished. Are they gone? The monarch quietly walked beside the two and watched as the boundless army of souls vanished into the brilliant radiance of the rising sun, fusing with it as one. They were the heroic souls that had perished over countless years on the main continent, but they were just a part of it. Those who still had strength left pushed their crumbling bodies to stand up, sending them off with their gazes or bowing deeply, leaving behind a soft sigh. The demons, on the other hand, were prostrating themselves on the ground or howling at the sky. Some of them could still see familiar faces in the army of souls. The monarch let out a long sigh as he watched the grand monarch of the previous generation disappear into the rising sun. In the air, a golden flag slowly descended. The monarch reached out and took it. Looking at the flag that he had held for most of his life, he could not help but sigh. Rolling the flag up, he turned around and handed it to an Yuansheng who was still staring blankly at the sky. And Yuansheng was stunned. His mind was not working well after the end of the battle. He subconsciously took the flag before he could see what it was. When he felt a huge energy swirling in his hand, he lowered his head in shock and gape. Monarch! Monarch? The Grand Monarch has left me a strand of soul power. I can't die. The monarch sighed softly. I have burned up all my energy and bound myself to the rising sun. I have no more power to shoulder anything. The tide of chaos has subsided forever, but this flag must be carried by someone. In the end of this darkness, the spirit-gathering continent still needs someone to lead this world back on the right track and return it to its original state. From now on, there will be no more tide of chaos, no more meaningless wars. An Yuansheng clutched the flag in his hand. But, why me? Most of the upper echelons of the holy city are dead. I simply found someone who is more or less suitable. Would you believe me? The monarch chuckled with his hands behind his back, and Yuansheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not think that the wise monarch would casually hand over the throne to someone who looked more or less suitable. The monarch laughed. The main thing is that you have survived the tide of chaos several times. You have also survived the tide of chaos. You have also survived every revival period after the tide of chaos receded. The others did not have as much experience as you. He patted An Yuansheng's shoulder. This is a responsibility, a duty. It is not much easier than fighting against the tide of chaos. I have thought about it, and there is no one more suitable than you. That is why I have given this responsibility to you. And Yuansheng nodded seriously this time. He looked down at the flag that had been passed down in this world for tens of millions of years, and took a deep breath. The tide of chaos has receded. It has ended. However, it does not mean that everything is over. The things that were destroyed in the tide of chaos, the things that disappeared, and the mottled scars left behind by the tide of chaos. There was still a difficult period to pass after the war. The spirit-gathering continent had suffered unprecedented damage. 90% of the land had been marked by the tide of chaos. Those were things that needed time to be dealt with slowly. As for the other things, it was best to deal with the collapsed land first. If the energy traces that were left all over the world were not dealt with, the other things would not be easy to deal with. Although it is not good to interrupt your conversation. Yun Nuoshing stretched and pointed at the final battlefield. The power of the rising sun is slowly receding. This imaginary world is collapsing bit by bit. If you have anything to say, let's go back first. Otherwise, when this battlefield collapses, everyone will fall into the land of nothingness. You can't stand the nature of nothingness here. Yes, it is time to leave. The king nodded. A rune appeared between his brows. The last bit of energy made the rising sun slowly expand. Then, streaks of transparent light fell on the ground like a visible beam of sunlight that penetrated through the clouds, forming a sea of light that shrouded every living being that came to this final battlefield. Whether they were still alive or dead, they were all shrouded in the light. Every living being's figure was fading little by little. The rising sun will stay here. The chaotic abyss will be forcefully closed by the power of the rising sun. The chaotic abyss, which is a shadow to the entire spirit-gathering continent, will never appear again. The king looked at An Yuan and said softly. His body was not enveloped by the light. His body was still fading away and slowly becoming transparent. It was as if he was turning into a spiritual body. King. An Yuan clenched the flag in his hand tightly. When he saw that the king was gradually becoming transparent, he finally understood what the king meant by being bound by the rising sun. He lowered his head slightly. I will be responsible for guiding the main continent back on the right track. Then, I will leave this world to you. He smiled and nodded. His fading body turned into a spiritual fog and flew towards the rising sun. All life forms enveloped by the pillars of light also disappeared from this battlefield. This mirror image of the spirit-gathering continent was slowly collapsing from the edges. It slowly dissipated into nothingness. In the main continent, the edges of the chaotic abyss that traversed the entire world burned with golden flames. It slowly closed from both sides to the middle. This process was very fast. When Yun Nuoshing and the rest appeared on the main continent, the crack had shrunk to less than half its original size. Looking through the darkness, they could not see if the rising sun was still standing there. The shadow of darkness that occupied the main continent disappeared. light from an unknown source once again poured down on the world from the horizon. The remaining shadow of chaos on the ground was slowly fading away. The air was still filled with that uncomfortable aura. However, it was much better than when the chaotic tide was raging. They could still hold their noses and bear with it. When the chaotic tide was still around, even Yun Nuoshing could not help but want to take the Netherworld Ruin's sword and give it a good beating. Buddy! As soon as he stabilized himself in this world, the blindfolded young man dragged his tired body and walked towards an Yuan, waving his hand as he walked. Yun Nuoshing and an Yuan turned around and saw the former's almost burnt body. Their cheeks couldn't help but twitch. And Yuan quickly took out a blindfold and threw it on him. "You're almost cooked. Why don't you find a place to lie down and come out to scare people?" Yun Nuoshing sniffled, and inexplicably smelled some fragrance. He couldn't help but walk over and pat the blindfolded youth's shoulder, and a large amount of energy surged into his body, healing his injuries. While helping to heal him, he said, "You should quickly go back and rest. You are not energy life forms, your organs are all burnt." The blindfolded youth grimaced and scratched his head. And Yuan pushed him to the side. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was sizing up this ruined world, he suddenly felt a naked body pressing against him from behind. He was stunned for a moment before he turned around and saw Siyu with her eyes closed. She looked like she didn't want to say anything. Seeing him turn around, she just waved her hand and didn't say anything. At the end of the war, she was infected by the army of souls that suddenly appeared. She learned from others and went on a rampage. Now she is exhausted. Feng Qinghuang walked over and met Yun Nuoshing's eyes. She explained to him why the little girl was so tired. He hugged the little girl in his arms and patted Feng Qinghuang's head. When he saw Jing Yuanji and Monarch Green walking over with Yans, he waved his hand and said, "Gather up, guys." I Ching ran to Yun Nuoshing and cupped his hands. He opened his mouth and said, "Yan everyone." I Ching's handsome face turned red. He laughed dryly and said, "I've been fighting for 100 days. I can't take it anymore. Can't kill them all, can't kill them all, can't kill them all." Monarch Green couldn't help but complain. His face was pale and he felt that his sturdy body had lost a lot of weight. "I think I've lost a lot of blood. Right now I just want to go back to the God Realm and roast some meat." "You want to eat meat? We have some over there," the little monkey said while lying on Jing Yuanji's head. "Where?" "It's..." The little monkey stood up weakly and was about to point to a place when he suddenly froze. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Oh, I forgot that we just finished a war. Where would we find meat to eat, everyone?" Everyone was powerless to say anything. Only Qing Jun's eyes glowed with blue light, indicating that eating monkey meat at this time seemed to be a good choice. The little monkey was so scared that it ran away and disappeared in a flash. No one knew how that exhausted body could still burst out such a powerful force. After handing the blindfolded youth to someone for treatment, an Yuanji came back and saw a group of people gathered together. There were more than 100 of them. Although they were sitting on the ground weakly or sitting back to recover their energy, the presence of more than 100 people made him feel a little pressured. When he took the flag and knew them for 100 days, he learned some things. However, he was still in the middle of a war and didn't have the time to look into the details. But now it seemed that even after the war, he didn't have the time to investigate these things. You plan to? And Yuanji scratched his head and found that he couldn't speak. "Well, you more or less know some things. You don't have to doubt the truth of what you guessed because it's the truth. There's a lot about your world, the tide of chaos, and these things can't be explained clearly in a short time. And..." He glanced at the humans and demons who were helping each other and cleaning up the mess, and was silent for a moment. "And you don't have the time to pay attention to these things now. Let's not bother about those things for now. What you need to do now is not to uncover the insignificant truth, but to live. Truth. And Yung tilted his head. His intuition told him that this word involved a lot of things, but they didn't have the time or energy to pay attention to these things now. They were just curious. You will know one day, but not now. Yun Nuoshing looked at the land that was tainted by the chaotic energy and said, "Now, the only thing you need to do is to stay alive. When the eternal war is finally over, those who should celebrate, and those who should lick their wounds should go and heal." And Yuanxing nodded. They still couldn't understand those things that were beyond this world. Well, just as you will know one day, the void is vast and boundless, but it's not completely empty. We will meet again one day. Yun Nuoshing smiled and patted Yunji's shoulder, opening his right hand to reveal a cluster of dark red crystals. "I'll give you a little help. This is my energy crystal. Shatter it and sprinkle it on the land, and it will quickly disperse the chaos. But it's only a part of it. You will have to deal with the rest by yourselves, and I can't interfere too much." And Yuanxing nodded and solemnly accepted the crystal, putting it away solemnly. Then, he saluted in the spirit-gathering continent and said softly, "I look forward to the day we meet again." "That day will come," Yun Nuoshing murmured, turned around and waved his hand. Those who were still paralyzed on the ground quickly stood up. After tidying themselves up, Yung took 2 steps back and watched them rise into the air and disappear into the sky. He sighed, and was just about to turn around when he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him. Yun Nuoshing had suddenly returned. "Ah, crap! Did you see Dao Heaven? The one with the platinum hair?" Yun Nuoshing said. Over there. Someone found the girl unconscious, and moved her to the place where the wounded are gathered." And Yung pointed at a place blankly. Yun Nuoshing nodded and hurried over. A moment later, he carried Dao Tian, who had fainted from overexertion of his spiritual power, in a princess carry. "I'm leaving. Goodbye." And Yung once again watched him leave. This time, nothing happened. He stood where he was for a while, waved at the air, and then turned and walked into the distance. After Yun Nuoshing carried Dao Tian back to a dark place, Jing Yung could not help but glance at the unconscious Dao Tian. "Come to think of it, I couldn't find the girl at the end of the battle. She's really lucky to still be alive." Siyu saw it from the side and muttered enviously, "That's so nice. I want little Star to carry me too. I don't want to move." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and walked to the world barrier with one hand holding Dao Tian. He then extended his other hand. "Let me think. According to the records in that guy's memory, it seems that we don't need to pass through the void. We can just leave through the world barrier and go to the next level of the void. Something like this." He drew a somewhat complicated rune on the world barrier, and a hole appeared in the completely sealed world barrier. It was the entrance to the portal, and the void did not flow in because of this opening. Wait, the next level of the void? I Ching was stunned for a moment, as if he had heard something incredible. He raised his trembling hand. Lord Feng, aren't we going back to the realm of the gods?" "What are you going back for? If we leave, we might not be able to find this place again. Of course we're going to continue forward until we reach the home of those troublemakers." Yun Nuoshing turned around and rolled his eyes at him, and said, "Before you came to this world, I had just started something in another world, but it was over in a few days. Here, it took more than 100 days. Don't worry. With more than 100 people and me, our strength is enough. It won't be a problem to destroy a distorted race. If only Hui was here, it would be easier." Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. "No way, we still have to fight." Monarch Green, who used to recklessly travel through the void, had a pale face at this moment. He made a retching motion. "Ugh! Lord Feng, can I apply for a period of rest? I can't fight anymore." Yun Nuoshing and a group of people all showed a look of horror. They were afraid that the void was about to collapse. Qing Jun actually developed battle weariness in the tide of chaos. That battle maniac suddenly said that he wanted to forge a sword into a plow. Monarch Green scratched his head unnaturally as he was stared at by more than 100 people, including Lord Fong. It's mainly because I'm too tired from fighting. I have to suppress and fight with all my strength. These 100 days have made me understand. I think it's better for the world to be peaceful. Okay, I'll remember your words. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. In less than 2 months, you'll definitely tell me about recklessly traveling through the void again. If you don't believe me, ask I Ching to keep track of the time for you. Monarch Green laughed dryly, and the others also nodded. It was easy to change mountains and rivers, but it was difficult to change one's nature. Monarch Green, who didn't recklessly travel through the void, was not Monarch Green. Let's go to the next place. Let's pray that the next place will let us have a good rest first. Yun Nuoshing held Dao Tian in her arms, flung her cloak, and slowly walked into the passage of the world barrier. Behind her, a group of people dragged their half-dead bodies and slowly followed. At the thought that they might have to play the pig to eat the tiger in the following journey, which would be full of fighting and explosions, they couldn't help but feel disgusted. Now they just wanted to say, F***ck your distorted race. Wasn't this strange world just to discuss them? Chapter 1405. Blue Sky, White Clouds and Grassland. It seemed that in every world that was slightly peaceful and quiet, there would always be such a scene. But the scene in front of him was a little different. They were real. The blue sky, white clouds, and the grassland that rustled with footsteps were all real. We could even smell the smell of grass and soil. It was just that they were all man-made, not born of nature. The sky was maintained and adjusted by an empire in the north. Some basic things, such as grass, stones, and land, were managed by a huge empire in the west. An irregular piece of land floated on a huge ocean. The entire planet was a water ball. This ocean was monitored by the largest empire in the south. Other trivial things were managed by various small and large empires in the east. Their duties were generally assigned by the other 3 empires. In addition to the fixed duties of the 3 empires, the duties of the ownerless region in the east would change every year. Yes, many of the things mentioned above, which empire was responsible for them, everything in this world was basically man-made. It was a little inappropriate to call them fictitious, except for the ocean on this oceanic planet. The ocean existed, but according to the historical records of this planet, in the beginning, this oceanic planet was not peaceful. The entire world was filled with endless waves and storms. At that time, all life was curled up in some huge energy barriers and struggled at death's door. It was not until 1 year that the ancestor of the Southern Empire calmed the ocean on this planet. Only then did people leave the limits of life behind the energy barriers and saw the pure and flawless sky. It was equivalent to the beginning of the world, when there was nothing. Even the land was only a small piece of land, which was not even enough to cross hundreds of thousands of miles. It took many years for it to slowly develop into the vast land it was today. As for why these seemingly flashy things were made, in fact, the people on this planet had already adapted to the reality of facing an inverted bowl of sky within the energy barriers. After so many years, why did the sky suddenly open and calm the energy tides of the entire planet? We could only attribute this to the memory of the ancestor of the Southern Empire. After all, the lives of these worlds were not of this world. They were abducted from the outside. None of the lives living on this planet knew this except for him. Even those scenes that existed in the memory were only slightly recovered by the ancestor. He probably wanted to see the scene that existed in the memory, so he made this planet like this. A peaceful scene built by the union of the 4 regions, a scene where there was an ecological cycle, but the balance was slightly delicate. That fragile balance could be broken. But since the establishment of the 3 empires, such things had never happened. As for why he wanted to investigate these things, It was purely because he was bored. He tugged at the foreign robes on his body and sighed rather dejectedly. He had been in this place for half a year, and was bored to the point that he figured out the various operations of this world and the relationships between each region. Generally speaking, it was a relatively peaceful world, and there would not be any major conflicts or wars. The relationship between the three empires was good. From what he could see from the forefront of the genealogy, if they were not on good terms, everyone in this world would have to roll back to the energy barriers and continue to live in seclusion. Therefore, they had to be on good terms. As for the eastern region, there were endless small disputes and no major issues. Those accusations and whatnot changed year after year, with the longest record being a small empire taking control of some unknown object for 12 years. Over the past half a year, he had been constantly looking for a way to leave this void region, but he could not find any way. He could not leave this void region, and even if he went to other worlds, he could not find any clues. Only this world of light seemed to have a guiding force that led him to this planet every time. But after half a year of research, he still could not find any useful information. At this moment, he missed the guy who seemed to know everything. If he was around, he would not have to care about the trifles of this mortal world, and might even be able to leave this world leisurely. This guided place was about a spherical space with a diameter of 600,000 light-years. Once he crossed this distance, he would return from the other end of the sphere. The space beyond 600,000 light-years was real, but he could not go to those places. He only knew that they existed, but he could not go there. If he used his peak power, he should be able to get out, but the stability of this world would plummet at a shocking rate, and might eventually affect the world itself. It looked like a cage. The existence that was similar to a restriction or seal was to prevent the life forms in this area from casually escaping to the outside world. Once one of them attempted to escape, this world would become their graveyard. It did not sound like a loss to drag all the life forms within 600,000 light-years to the netherworld with them. Right, other than this strange planet, there were many other planets with life in this space, and the oceanic planet under his feet seemed to be the center of this 600,000 light-year sphere. It was motionless in the center, with thousands of stars and the entire starry sky orbiting around it. The motionless here was relative, meaning that the distance between each corner of this 600,000 light-years region was constant. In fact, it would also rotate slightly, rotating in a big circle, bringing the 600,000 light-years region with it. To be honest, if he did not have nothing better to do, he would not have found such useless information. Today was a rather special day. The leaders and managers of the 4 regions had come to the center of this land, where the original Southern Empire once stood. The entire land, the entire continent developed with that core as the center. Now, the country that started history was the Southern Empire, but it had changed so many times that even the founders could not recognize it. Its original site had also become a cluster of mythical ruins due to the relocation of the entire country. It was really a cluster of ruins. Looking at those buildings that no one cared about, those dilapidated buildings waiting to be weathered in the wind, were indeed ruins. Only the centermost building remained intact, and it was said that it was used for something. Spirit ascension, something like ascension or advancement or something else he was not sure about. He had never been able to gather complete information on this matter. He had only heard bits and pieces of information, and had never been able to integrate them into a complete report. He wanted to use his divine right to find out what had happened, but he was also worried that if he used even the slightest bit of his power, this world that was as fragile as a piece of paper would instantly collapse. He could only wait until today, when that damned spirit ascension reappeared before coming over to join in on the fun. According to the available information, it was a ritual similar to a sacrifice to heaven that was held every once in a while. Although people like them who had seen through the truth thought this ritual was a little stupid, because it was a ritual that had been passed down for a long time, he did not make any comments. No one knew what this ritual was about. From the half information that some insiders inadvertently leaked out, we used his own understanding to fill in the blank. To put it simply, it was a ritual for a person to cultivate to a level that was special enough and powerful enough to ascend in the day. After all, that so-called spirit ascension finally killed the person who was spirit ascension. It was said that he was taken away by a light. Was there a big difference between that and being struck by lightning? Oh, there was a difference. Once the person failed to ascend in the day, he was really gone. As for the spirit ascension, it was probably something like a teleportation circle. Maybe the person was still alive and well in other places. He was watching, and he would know in a while. There were a lot of people watching between heaven and earth. The area 1,000 miles away was full of people. The area 1,000 miles away was a sealed area. Only the top officials of the 3 empires and some people from the eastern region could enter that area. The others could only look up from 1,000 miles away. Most of them could not see anything. There was also a restriction in that area. Even if it was a life form at the origin level, its vision would be reduced by 90%. They could only see the edge of the area and not the middle. What was happening in the most important area in the middle? At this moment, we was standing at the top of a tower that was temporarily built thousands of miles away, overlooking the situation within the 1,000-mile region. With his strength, he could do whatever he wanted to spy on what was going on inside. At a glance, the first thing he saw was a floating island in the sky. Yes, a floating island that was about 10 miles above the ground. There were many large and small stones extending from 3 directions of the floating island, descending step by step until they reached the ground, forming a spiral staircase. Around the spiral staircase and the floating island, there were many stone platforms that were 10 feet square. On the stone platforms, people from the 4 major regions were standing or sitting. All of them were solemnly looking at the floating island. I can't see it here. Hui scratched his head and looked around. He did not know if there were hundreds of thousands or millions of lives. They were all looking up at the invisible sky. It was as if even if they could not see it, they knew where the floating island was. He felt that no one was paying attention to him. His figure gently leaped and disappeared into the clouds in the sky. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of whiteness. He could clearly feel that in addition to the water vapor that normal clouds should have, there was still 20% of pure energy in the cloud. After all, it was man-made. From this height, he could clearly see the floating island in the distance, and no one could discover him. He saw many life forms that were very powerful for this world surrounding the floating island. The floating island itself seemed to be piled up by a long gravel corridor that was only about 10 meters long. There was also a platform at the front. The platform was made of a circle of stones that formed an uneven stone wall about 1 to 2 meters tall. In the center of the wall was a magic circle that did not look like the magic circle of the Pantheon world. In the magic circle, there were 3 pillars that were engraved with runes or charms and were full of energy. On the gravel corridor, there was a young man wearing a grand green and white robe. He looked pious as he walked through the gravel corridor step by step according to a specific pattern. He walked to the center of the magic circle and slowly knelt down on one knee. His grand attire spread out on the ground as he muttered something. Unfortunately, Hui did not understand. Some worlds had some kind of eulogy or prayer. It was not a matter of language. That was someone else's idea, and it sounded like he was just mumbling nonsense when he heard it. Phew! The clouds between heaven and earth suddenly flowed faster. Hui was startled. This man-made sky and man-made clouds, in the absence of wind, had sped up the flow. The big trees in the mountains below swayed and scattered thousands of green leaves. countless people looked up at the distant sky. Still, nothing happened. However, they seemed to have known in advance what would happen. They all held their breath solemnly and gestured to the newcomers who were still mumbling beside them to keep quiet. The 3 1-meter-tall pillars suddenly flickered, and rays of light emerged. The 3 rays of light connected with each other, and the array below also came to life, surging with powerful energy. The space force was spontaneously attracted to it, and a moment later, a blue beam of light soared into the sky from the array, flashed across the sky, and then suddenly disappeared. It's starting! Just when Hui thought it was over and was dumbfounded, the onlookers below exclaimed, letting him know that it was not over yet. After waiting patiently for a moment, the sky suddenly exploded with energy, and a huge magic formation expanded in the form of an explosion. The huge magic formation was colorful, and it was mixed with each other. It was not an independent color, and its scale could probably fit 5 or 6 of this planet side by side. At the same time, there was a huge amount of energy flowing wildly in the whole world. The sea rolled up a wall of water that was hundreds of miles high, but it did not hit the ground or the sea. The circular wall of water that was uprooted from all directions seemed to be used to cover the floating island. In the starry sky corresponding to the huge magic circle, a big hole suddenly opened slowly. A moment later, a tiny golden beam of light fell from the big hole, passed through the center of the huge magic circle, and then fell on the young man who was half kneeling on the ground. The huge golden beam of light was neatly engraved with golden runes. It looked very sacred, but we had already known about the energy in it, the energy of the distorted race. The miracles that inadvertently appeared in this world would have a weak aura of distorted energy, as if they were doing something behind the scenes. But since he hadn't found out what they were doing in this world, and he couldn't find them, he could only put this matter aside. Until now, he had sensed an incomparably strong aura of distorted energy from the golden runic light beam. But he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't possibly rush up and interrupt that thing, right? That would be a group attack. He wasn't Maple, and even if he could deal with it, it wouldn't be easy. He didn't want to do something that was strenuous and unrewarding. Buzz! After a slight buzzing sound suddenly spread throughout the world, Hui was stunned. He saw that the figure of the young man in green and white clothes was gradually engulfed by a strong light, and then his figure suddenly disappeared. At that moment, the crowd around the floating island let out a cry of awe, as if they were rejoicing that some big event had ended peacefully. The light of the light pillar became more and more intense, allowing the crowd thousands of miles away to clearly see the light of the miracle. They all cheered, and some even knelt down on one knee, offering their highest respect. In their opinion, this so-called spirit ascension seemed to have an extremely high status. What the hell? Do these people know what this ritual is about? Hui could not help but frown. He thought that these people cheered because they saw such a big scene and thought that the ritual was a success. But in his view, inside the light beam, the young man was still half kneeling there. The excessive energy made his body tremble slightly, and then his long hair was suddenly dyed with golden light and disappeared little by little. He also reacted. Seeing his body disappear, not only did he not show a look of panic, but he also felt a little comfortable. Turned into an energy form. Hui narrowed his eyes. He watched the whole process and saw a material life form that had never tried to turn its life form into an energy life form. Its existence was quickly changed into an energy life form, and then condensed into a golden ball of light. However, it was a little dim. After it had completely turned into that ball of light, it quickly swept up along the light pillar, as if it was being sucked away by the rune light pillar. Hui waved his right hand, and a transparent breath rushed out with infinite speed. Without any delay, it fell into the golden ball of light and stuck to it without being noticed by anything. Then, it followed the ball of light into the big hole in the starry sky and disappeared. When the young man who had turned into an energy body disappeared, the light, the huge magic circle, and the big hole in the starry sky also slowly disappeared. When all these phenomena were over, the people who were half kneeling in prayer and offering their respect stopped their actions. Then, they slowly came back to their senses. Looking at the sky that suddenly calmed down, they could not help but sigh. The scene just now looked like a dream. The onlookers thousands of miles away were still reminiscing about the tranquil sky and the inner forbidden area. After exchanging greetings for a while, the people from the 4 major regions dispersed and returned to their own homes. We also descended from the sky and landed on the tower that had just been built. Hey! You stood up there and watched for so long, it's time to come down. We're ready to leave. If you don't leave now, you'll have to stay and help with the work. As soon as he steadied himself, he heard a head popping out from the window of the tower, grinning at him and shouting in dissatisfaction. Sorry, I'll leave now. Hui scratched his head and smiled apologetically. He quickly jumped down from the tower, looked around, and slipped to a place with fewer people. When he left, he heard the people on the tower whispering about him. Sigh, young people nowadays, they really leave when they say they're leaving. They occupied the best place and watched for so long, but they didn't come and help clean up. Hui, after the ball of light passed through the big hole, it was still in the world of light, but it was already in a place 600,000 light-years away. He could still feel the safety of the surroundings with the help of the young man who seemed to have returned to human form. There was no bad environment, no situation where he would be attacked by thousands of firepower as soon as he came out, and no situation where he could feel the distorted energy, which made him a little confused. It's a little far away, and the life force in that direction is obviously stronger. Could it be that I went to the center of the world of light? Hui grimaced and scratched his head. Today's discovery made him a little happy, but also a little helpless. He was happy because he knew the way to leave this 600,000 light-years area, but he was helpless because the way was probably in the hands of the people of the 3 empires, and he definitely couldn't borrow it. Sigh. Feng, I miss you so much. If you were here, things here would be much simpler. Hui squatted down and drew circles on the ground, and couldn't help but sigh. Just as he was muttering a certain guy's name, a roar suddenly came from the sky in a remote place far away from the place where they had just gathered. It sounded like something heavy or something with huge energy was rubbing against the air quickly. The sound made him slightly stunned, and he looked around in confusion. Finally, he raised his head and widened his eyes. Wow! He saw a fire meteor about 1,000 feet long falling from the sky, and it was rushing toward him. At this moment, he could feel the flames on his face. By the time he reacted and prepared to run away, the huge fire meteor had smashed him into the ground. Why do I feel like I hit something? In the fire meteor, there were many scattered footsteps, and a puzzled voice leisurely sounded. Chapter 1406. The clean grassland was scorched black, and the artificial grassland was showing signs of wilting under the high temperature. However, there was not a single trace of ash on the grassland that was burned by the flames, and even the smoke was pitifully little. One could only see the grass writhing in the flames, turning into particles and dissipating in the air, and only a small wisp of black smoke was emitted. The aftershock was very small, but it was still the sound of a meteor falling to the ground. The impact and the energy shockwave made many people in the distance notice the situation here, and they all rushed over. When they saw the red sea of flames spreading, they were a little panicked. Many people had already rushed to the flames and extinguished it with their own method. Not long ago, the Earth's foundation was checked and repaired, and now there's a meteorite falling from the sky. How unlucky! You there, go and inform the Western Empire's garrisons nearby and have them clean up. But suddenly such a strange phenomenon appeared after spirit ascension. Could it be that the stars have sent down some kind of omen? What is it trying to tell us? Cough, those are the things that the big shots have to deal with. We don't care about that. Come and help. This flame contains some complicated energy, and it's hard to extinguish. A large group of culprits stood on a mountain in the distance and looked at the good thing they had just done. They all scratched their heads and turned their heads away. Yun Nuoxing shook her head in the face of everyone's stares, indicating that she did not want to pay attention to them. She reached out and pushed Hui, who was crying bitterly, and looked at him as if he was a maggot. Isn't it just being trapped here for 100 days? We've been fighting for 100 days on the other side, and we haven't even talked yet. What happened on your side? Hui switched to his serious mode in a second, but before Yun Nuoxing could answer the question, he changed the topic and pointed at Dao Tian in his arms and said in a deep voice, "Feng, why did you pick up another girl?" Yun Nuoxing, why do you have to ask this question? It's very important. Yun Nuoxing saw that he could not hide the gossipy look in his eyes, and his cheeks slightly darkened. He took a deep breath, knowing that if he did not explain the matter clearly, he would definitely be tormented for a long time, so he simply told what had happened in the two worlds. "Oh," Hui replied with a drawn-out voice. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "In short, you picked up a girl. Wow." Everyone calmly watched as Mr. Hui was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Mr. Feng's hair. They stood there calmly and smiled. In any case, they only needed to watch and smile. Moreover, they couldn't laugh out loud. Otherwise, Mr. Hui would take his anger out on them and send them flying as well. After half an hour of catching up and fooling around, Yun Nuoxing and the others had already escaped from the scene of the accident. When they left, they saw what seemed to be the people from the Western Empire pulling their hair in front of the grassland that was destroyed by the high energy, muttering words like bonus and god-damned meteorite and other angry words. They also learned from Hui what he had experienced and learned in the past 100 days. In short, this was a semi-artificial world plated with a layer of ideal and perfect brilliance. The origin of this world was probably the ancestor of the Southern Empire who had disappeared for countless years, but inexplicably recovered part of his vague memories. After countless years of inheritance, the state of this world had been perfected and fixed to what they saw in front of them. Occasionally there would be minor changes to the taste, and there wouldn't be any major changes. For example, suddenly changing from an ocean planet to a rocky planet could be done, but they wouldn't do it. Another strange world. Oh no, it's a strange planet. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head as he listened to Hui's explanation. He couldn't help but grimace. And then this caged world that is only 600,000 light-years in size, right? Yes. Hui nodded and pointed at the sky above his head. You guys are a little late. I just saw the people of this world being sent out of this cage-like area. However, the method is probably controlled by the three empires, so ordinary people shouldn't be able to come into contact with that method. Yun Nuoxing nodded. When he saw Hui staring at him with a bright and somewhat disgusting smile, he suddenly got goosebumps. What? Hee. Hui laughed dryly and whispered. I can't think of a way to get out, but Feng, you should have a way to get out, right? Unfortunately, under the situation where the power of the rules is suppressed, I don't even dare to use a little strength. The power of divinity and divine right is also banned. Under such circumstances, it's a little difficult for me to bypass the rules of this area and sneak out. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Suppress? Why? Hui widened his eyes and looked at him, puzzled. He then looked at the others who were a little gloomy. The void region we're in right now was created by those bastards from the distorted races. You should know that by now. Also, there might still be people from the distorted races monitoring these regions. If you can avoid using that level of power as much as possible, there are still a lot of things that are unclear. If you're caught by them, the next second would be an encounter, and it would be a tough fight. That's not a big deal. I'm just afraid that they would run away without a fight. Yun Nuoxing sighed and spread his hands. It's not easy to find this place. Are we going to sneak back without doing anything? I'm not satisfied. I feel like there's a knife on my back as long as those bastards are not destroyed. Hui was a little dejected. Ugh, that's true. That's how it is. Wow, luckily I didn't do anything special during this period of time. Otherwise, it would be terrible if I was discovered. But it sounds so troublesome. We have to do things according to the rules of this world. We're used to walking sideways in the void. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. If you know the location of their home and send 1,000,000 troops to watch them, then we can continue to walk sideways in the void, unless we meet people from the underworld. As for now, it's our bad luck to sneak into other people's territory, and it's hard to contact the situation in the divine realm. In the worst-case scenario, I plan to take these 100 people and fight to the death with the distorted races. Yun Nuoxing sighed again. Last time, we finally caught one of the distorted races and took his memories. In the end, he did not have the coordinates of his home base in his mind at all. It seems that he was teleported back home by some special means. Moreover, he is in charge of managing and controlling these worlds. There is no need for him to run outside, so he doesn't know this. Bad luck. We rubbed his face. Bad luck. Yun Nuoxing sighed in agreement. So what do we do now? Stay here and find something to do. Hui was stunned for a second. He reached out and dug his ears. In short, you know the news of this world. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said, according to the information sent back by the energy that you threw on someone else, the core of this world may be on the other side. This 100,000 light-years may just be a remote mountain village. So we have to find a way to leave this cage. Do you understand? Since we can't go through the back door or circumvent the rules to leave this world, we can only follow the rules of this world and find something to do. In other words, we have to stir up some trouble and see if we can find a way to leave this world. Hui was strangely silent for a second. He looked up and stared at Yun Nuoxing with an indescribable expression. After a while, he stammered. Why are you so familiar with it? Probably playing, going to other worlds and tormenting myself. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly to cover up what he almost said. He then closed one eye and turned to look at the others. I heard that there are other living stars in this cage of 600,000 light-years. You all should go to other places and see if there are other situations. By the way, your team should leave this world's light cluster and go to other worlds to check out the situation. Hui said that there was something special, but I'm doubtful of his ability to find things, so I'm not at ease. You all should go and see. Everyone looked at Hui, whose face was turning green and white. They scratched their heads and looked at the sky to indicate that they did not hear the last sentence. Then, they laughed dryly and quickly slipped away. After everyone had slipped away, Yun Nuoxing found that someone was still standing there in a daze. He could not help but look down and found that Xing Lu was a little distracted. He could not help but shout, "Hey, what's wrong?" Xing Lu shuddered and quickly shook his head. Nothing, I just thought of something. Lord Feng, you don't have to worry about it. I'll slip away too. I'll look for other living stars and see what's going on. I'll let you all know if there's any news. After watching Xing Lu leave, Hui and Yun Nuoxing looked at each other. The latter looked at the people beside him. Other than the former, who was a little unreliable, there was no special level of personnel. Lord Feng, what do you plan to do first? Jing Yuanji asked softly. She waved her hand in the air in front of her. Kill the guys from the 3 empires? Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. He shook his head and looked at Hui. That spirit ascension ritual you mentioned just now. Let's go to that place and take a look first. Hui nodded and turned around to fly back from where they came from. After flying for a while, he suddenly froze. Wait, what are you planning to do? Let's take a look around. Let's see if we can analyze that thing that you said looks like a formation but isn't. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said in a tone that couldn't be any calmer. "Aren't we still planning to go around something?" Hui mumbled. He quickly changed his words before Yun Nuoshing turned around. Ahem. But of course, it's not a problem if it's convenient. After a while, they returned to the place where they had watched the spirit ascension ritual. The place had been crowded with people, but after the ritual ended, most of them had left. The people who were still there were those who were cleaning up the place. We watched it from this place. Those who are not important can only watch from 1,000 miles away. It seems like only the 3 empires and those who have been selected by the eastern region can enter. Do you plan to? All right. As soon as he finished speaking and was about to ask how they were going to get in, he saw Yun Nuoshing take out the Nethervoid sword and swipe it across the space in front of him. Suddenly, a transparent barrier appeared in the empty space, and a crack appeared in it. He waved his hand casually, and then slipped in smoothly. The others hurriedly followed. "Oh right, about the prison you mentioned, can we use the power of the Netherworld Ruins sword to temporarily open a hole in it? That's how you and the others found their way here." Yun Nuoshing looked at Hui and asked as they floated towards the center of the place. Hui lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He shook his head. "This place of 600,000 light years is just like I said. It's a cage. The boundary that separates the edges is not something like a barrier. It might be some law that stands on the level of law that restricts this place. The power of the Netherworld Ruins sword is definitely not a problem to cut open this layer of law, but I'm afraid that something will happen to this crack. Feng, before you came here, I've tried many methods, including a method similar to how you used the Netherworld Ruins sword to temporarily interfere with an area to create a gap. But when I did that, the stability of this space began to plummet. Before I could even open a hole, the stability of this area had fallen to a critical point and was about to collapse. Even just opening a hole won't work." Yun Nuoshing frowned. If it worked in the void region over there, why couldn't it work here? After listening to Yun Nuoshing's explanation, Hui pondered for a moment. It's probably because the cage here needs to be complete on the surface, unlike these independent void regions. As long as the integrity of the laws or a higher level is not destroyed, there will be no problem. That's troublesome. Yun Nuoshing smacked her lips. She subconsciously suspected that this was a new trick that the distorted races came up with to cultivate these experimental subjects. But since she had no evidence now, and did not even have a wild guess, she could only put this matter aside for the time being. Anyway, she felt that this matter must have something to do with the distorted races. While they were talking, they had arrived at the floating island piled up by the gravel corridor. There was no one around. The people from the 4 major regions came and went quickly, and did not leave any surveillance forces here. They probably felt that there was no need to leave anyone to monitor this place. No one could come in from the outside layer of the barrier. Here, bang. Yun Nuoshing knocked on the space in front of her. Ripples appeared in the space. There was an invisible object blocking the floating island. Without even thinking about it, she used the Netherruin sword to temporarily open a hole and entered. Hui was stunned as soon as he entered. He looked around in surprise and doubt. "Feng, look at this place. The aura has changed. It's probably the energy that flowed here when the teleportation gate was opened at the destination. Because of the barrier, it didn't leak out." Yun Nuoshing walked forward and stepped onto the gravel corridor in a few steps. It's a completely different aura from this planet, and it also has the smell of distorted energy. It's much stronger than the energy over there. It's pure distorted energy at reciprocity. Hui thought about it and said, among the creatures in this region of space, the highest level of cultivation is mid-reciprocity, while the lower ones are at reciprocity. This is a place that produces reciprocity creatures. It's probably because of this that there are very few worlds here. There are only 13 world balls of light. That might be all of them. Yun Nuoshing nodded and agreed with this statement. On the platform at the tip of the floating island, although there was a huge flow of energy from other places in this small space, it was in a silent state. They did not see the magic array. The 3 pillars erected here were also silent. When they used a little energy to stimulate them, they could only feel that the energy was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no sign of life. Even Yun Nua planet could not see the magic array. It was probably a one-time use, and it would be destroyed after it was used. As for the 3 pillars that were engraved with dim runes, they were 3 grayish-black pillars that were as big as a chassis and slowly tapered towards the tip. The top of the pillars was like a mountain pass basin with a white bead on top. Yun Nuoshing's gaze lingered on them for a while before moving away. He walked towards the other parts of the platform, walking and stopping as if he was thinking about something. We can only be sure that there's a huge shockwave left behind after the teleportation. Yun Nuoshing rubbed her toes on the ground and shook her head at Hui and the others. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang walked around the place, kicking the stone walls from time to time. They searched inch by inch, but they did not find anything special. In short, there's nothing. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and sighed. We can probably go now. Let's check out other places. Siyu was about to leave when she heard that. She reached out to hold on to one of the pillars and was about to stand up. Suddenly, she touched the round bead at the top of the pillar. She clearly felt the bead move. I seem to have touched something? Yun Nuoshing and the others were shocked. They turned around and did not have time to find out what was going on. The entire platform suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. A magic circle was constructed rapidly. It took only a moment for the magic circle to take over the energy in this space. Teleportation? Oh no! Yun Nuoshing exclaimed. She quickly pulled Siyu back with one hand. The energy surged and formed several layers of barriers around her. She only had time to do this emergency measure before she felt the enormous power of the space engulfing them. Their figures suddenly disappeared. Ka. The light and magic circle on the platform flashed and disappeared. Yun Nuoshing and the others disappeared. The white bead that Siyu touched turned back to its original position after a while. It was as if nothing had happened. Originally, Yun Nuoshing planned to sneak into this world quietly and make some big news. It would be best to push things forward quickly and threaten the emperors of the 3 great empires. When Yun Nuoshing felt that it was troublesome, he thought that Jing Yuanji's idea was actually quite good. But now, where were they thrown to? It was a splendid. No, it was a solemn hall or a place like a great hall. As soon as he sent out his energy sensing, he could feel that there was something like a magic circle every few meters. Some of them were traps, some of them had the effect of sensing. They were mostly used to defend against enemies and alert them. There was a sentry at every step. Judging from these 2 points, Yun Nuoshing knew that his group must have been thrown into a bad place. Of course, for the people of this world, it was a little interesting that there were a lot of magic circles and other defensive measures outside the Great Hall. However, the Great Hall inside only had some magic circles that were in a silent state. There was no such thing as an automatic alert. Just as she recovered from her shock, Yun Nuoshing looked up and saw an armored soldier with a mask on his face staring at her. Judging from the crystal ball in his hand, which looked like a stone engraved with runes, she deduced that this unlucky kid might be here to report some information. Invasion, with a flick of his hand, he threw everything away and subconsciously wanted to pull out a long weapon on his back. His chi sank into his dantian, and his chi soared to the sky. Halfway through the lion roar of Hudong, Yun Nuoshing rushed out and slapped the unlucky soldier in the face. Before he could smash him to the ground, the latter was knocked unconscious by the impact. Siyu and the others were horrified when they saw Yun Nuoshing slapping the soldier's head, and the latter suddenly stopped moving. What are you thinking? He's not dead. I just knocked him out. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and gently put down the soldier in his hand. He looked around and saw the huge symbol on the wall behind him. He looked at this place. It seemed like a place where a certain influential person should be. When he heard the footsteps outside the door, he suddenly felt a little troubled. So, what should he do now? Chapter 1407. Yun Nuoshing had a feeling that something had become strange after he left the God realm. Recently, he had been trespassing on people's houses and territories. Now, he was suddenly thrown into a strange place. But in the end, he was still trespassing. Now that he heard footsteps coming from outside the door, he only felt that his head was a little swollen. When his head hurt, he would be a little distracted, and when his mind wandered. Little star, there are sounds outside. What should we do now? Siyu quickly shook Yun Nuoshing, who was covering his face with one hand and muttering in his heart, and said anxiously, "What to do?" She had an idea, but it was useless now. The footsteps in front of the hall faded away. Then, the door was gently pushed open. Yun Nuoshing and the other four turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw an unusually handsome young man walking in slowly. He was wearing a snow-white robe. There was a light blue pattern below the lapel of the robe. Part of his long hair was tied up, and the rest was casually draped over his back. Looking carefully, he looked a little feminine. The young man walked in and saw this strange scene before he closed the door. He couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing, Hui, and Jing Yuanji were squatting around the unlucky soldier. Siyu was anxiously walking around and stopped halfway. Feng Qinghuang was curiously looking at the huge emblem engraved on the wall. She was slightly tilting her head and looking at the door. An unconscious girl was lying on top of her. This slightly bizarre scene made the young man a little stunned. He looked around and finally stopped at Hui for a moment. Then, he slowly walked in and calmly closed the door behind him. Looking at the soldier who was lying on the ground in a coma but was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a half-doubtful and half-curious tone, "Intruder?" His voice was a little clear, sweet. That's right, it wasn't a candid male voice. But compared to Yun Nuoshing's feminine voice, it sounded a little feminine. It was still good, if not a little awkward. Also, there wasn't any panic or fear in his voice. He seemed to be calmly explaining a problem. It's obvious. Yun Nuoshing slowly stood up and spread out his hands. Even if he said that they had accidentally barged in, it was probably useless. Anyway, they had barged in, and this was an indisputable fact. Don't you plan to call the guards? Or use the power hidden underground? He was also curious. The young man in front of him, who seemed to be a young master, was not flustered at all. He did not secretly play any tricks, nor did he intend to use any method to call for help. He just walked forward quietly until he was 2 feet away from him. Hearing his question, he shook his head indifferently. To be able to come here at will, all methods are useless. Calling for the guards is just sending them to their deaths. Moreover, you did not kill my subordinates, nor did you immediately rush to kill me. You should have some other purpose for coming here. He casually bowed, then looked at Yun Nuoshing. Since he was the first to speak, he had already assumed that he was the leader of this group. Then, I wonder if you can tell me the purpose of your visit? Oh, I'm sorry. After saying this, the young man muttered to himself. Then, he walked to Yun Nuoshing and the others and dragged the unlucky soldier, who was lying on the ground, to the side. Then, he picked up the crystals and runes that the soldier had thrown on the ground in a panic and walked to the back of the table in the hall. He did not sit down but carefully arranged the things that he had just picked up. After that, he looked at Yun Nuoshing and smiled. I'm sorry, there's nothing to entertain guests in this place. The place is also very messy. Little girl, if you want to see the badge, I have one here. You don't have to look up. Feng Qinghuang shrugged. When she passed by the young man with Dao Heaven in her arms, she saw a badge that was half the size of a palm. She looked at him curiously and could not help but murmur. She took the badge and hid behind Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing, Hui, and the others looked at each other. The three of them turned into statues on the spot. Their hearts were in a mess after being ravaged by the storm. Jing Yuanji could not help but mutter in her soul, "This is the calmest guy I have ever seen in my life." "Aren't you a little too calm?" Yun Nuoshing could not keep a straight face. Looking at the astronomical amount of time he had spent in this place, the young man in front of him could be considered as one of the weirdos he had ever seen. The young man smiled and hugged his lower abdomen with both hands. "My guest did not hurt anyone or cause any trouble. This makes me very curious. In the past, there were many people who broke into this place. When they saw me, they were very excited. They shouted and did not speak human language. This is the first time I have seen a situation like this." Yun Nuoshing, Hui, and Jing Yuanji could not help but complain. This was also the first time they had seen such a situation. "The main thing is that I have never seen a guy with bad intentions bring an unconscious person here." Yun Nuoshing and the others. The young man was flipping through something on the table, and he couldn't help but size up Yun Nuoshing and the others who didn't have any hostility. After a while, he tidied up those things neatly and said in a light voice, "Well, you haven't said your purpose for coming." Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth and took a deep breath. "Where is the door?" "Go out, turn right and keep walking. When you reach the end, you will see a remote open space. No one will find you if you go out from there. After you go out, you will see a lively market. Walk 10 meters to the right and you will see a very exaggerated stall. There is an uncle selling clothes there." The young man smiled and pointed in a direction. Yun Nuoshing and the others took a deep breath. At this moment, they could not help but want to grab him and scold him. They were invaders. Who would take the initiative to tell an invader which way was safer? Who would take the initiative to point an invader to a place to escape? "Sorry to disturb. Goodbye." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He waved his hand and took Dao Heaven from Feng Qing Huang. Then, he walked out of the door. He felt like he hadn't been sleeping well recently. That was why he encountered such strange things. This time, the young man was also a little surprised. Seeing that they were not trying to hide their footsteps, as if they were really going to leave, he could not help but ask, "But you haven't told me why you are here. What are you here for?" The few of them smiled bitterly and shook their heads. "We are just passing by." "All right then." The young man mumbled and pulled out a chair to sit down. "There are 2 stairs at the door. Please close the door after you go out." "Thank you." Everyone was about to go crazy. They rushed out of the door and did not want to stay here for even a second. They felt that they would be driven crazy by that sissy if they stayed here any longer. After the door closed with a bang, the young man waited for a while before he tilted his head and looked at the door. Yun Nuoshing pulled the others and ran as fast as he could. After confirming that they could no longer see each other, they lowered their heads and muttered, "Strange guy." They did not run to the market according to the location that the sissy had pointed out. Yun Nuoshing and the others left the palace and left this place through teleportation. When they appeared again, they were already quite a distance away. Only then did they realize that they had been thrown into a city. Not far away they could see a group of palaces and shrines standing in the city. They had just come out from there. Thinking of the words that strange guy had said, they felt a little haggard. "I swear that is the strangest guy I have ever seen in my life." Huey's expression was extremely strange. That guy, it did not seem like he was naive. He was ignorant. That independent palace, that kind of place, no matter how you looked at it, it was the throne of some powerful person. Moreover, he was a second sky of origin stage lifeform, so he was definitely not stupid. Then why did he behave so strangely? He was probably confused by the distorted energy. We could not help but say. We couldn't help but say. Every life in these worlds was related to distorted energy, so it was no wonder that he immediately put the blame on them. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. He might have been like that from the beginning. It might not have anything to do with the distorted energy. However, he was happy to put the blame on the girls, so he did not bother to explain. After walking out of the remote part of the city that they had just teleported to, they looked at each other and very tacitly dispersed to collect information. Yun Nuoxing took Si Yu and Feng Qinghuang, and carried the unconscious Dao Tian on her back. In this crowded city, carrying a person was too conspicuous. It was much more conspicuous than carrying a person on her back. The unclaimed territory in the east, and it's a bit far from the center. Through various means they quickly found out where they had been thrown to, and then, after that, there was no more information. After all, Hui had stayed here for more than 100 days. He had gathered all the information that he could. As for the information that he did not know, he had seen it with his own eyes today. "Oh right, Feng, there's something that you might be interested in. I forgot to tell you," Hui said in his soul as he walked on the street. "Speak." "There's a taboo in this world that can make people pale. It's just like how strange things are passed around in the homes of regular people. They're very careful when they talk about it, but it's not just regular people who talk about it this time. Even reciprocity existences have talked about it," Jianchen sighed. "Taboo." Yun Nuoxing's footsteps paused. With his rich experience of wandering to other worlds and doing things like this, his intuition told him that this world, or this 600,000 light-year region, must have something to do with this taboo. Even if it was not directly related, it definitely could not run away. Therefore, he suddenly became alert. "What taboo?" "I don't know." The answer that Hui threw at him made Yun Nuoxing stumble. He almost rushed over and beat him up without caring about anything else. Those people don't know, so I don't know either." Hui felt a vague anger from the other side of the street. He laughed dryly and said in a hurry, "It seems to be something from a very long time ago. It already existed before the founding ancestor of the Southern Empire created the world. Because it's been too long, many people here don't know what the so-called taboo is. They only know that it exists, and they keep it a secret. They even rejoice that this matter has been lost. If someone mentions it, this world will be closed off again. This world has existed for more than 2 eras. Well, it's not incomprehensible that such a situation would occur." Yun Nuoxing frowned. "But I don't know what you're talking about." It was like throwing a broken stone to him and asking him to find out where the stone came from. Anyway, the final answer would be to blame it on the ground. But this was not the answer they wanted. The taboo was probably the core of this planet. At least, it was closely related to the evolution of this planet for so many years. No other clues. We've just been to the only place where there might be clues, and that place threw us here. Hui shrugged. After he learned about the taboo, he had been searching for the answer here. However, after so long, he did not find any useful clues. He wanted to go back, but he could not find the direction. Now that he knew that there were many methods that could not be used, the probability of finding the lost record was as good as nonsense. Why don't we ask the higher-ups of the 3 empires directly? With such a long history, there should be someone there who remembers the taboo. Maybe some of the Empyrean gods came from the era they know, and they might still remember it. Jing Yuanji said. Yun Nuoxing and Hui both nodded, but the two frowned again. As they had just said, even the Empyrean gods themselves were extremely secretive and avoided this topic, as if there was some kind of prehistoric beast behind the truth. Logically speaking, such a situation should not exist. Those strange and mysterious things were mostly a cognitive mutation that people could not understand or admit. This process would distort the situation itself. For example, the forbidden areas in the realm of the gods that Hao Ren knew. Those people with various attitudes always thought that there would be something, opportunities, and adventures in there. Oh, those things might exist, but most of them were left behind by people who had died in there before, and had nothing to do with the forbidden area itself. In fact, the forbidden area itself was just a strange place created by a deformed rule or some kind of powerful rule. Those who did not resist the power of that level of rule would not be able to do anything but die if they broke in. However, those people did not know, and would only exaggerate the place from their own point of view. 1 person, 10 people, and 100 people, and in the end, the forbidden area became a secret place known to everyone, and was full of endless horror. But could such an example be used on the Empyrean god of origin? Unless it was something of a higher level or the primeval. Yun Nuoshing felt that the latter was unlikely, so there was only one possibility. The taboo that everyone avoided, that no one knew, and that no one explored, was probably related to a higher level origin. As for whether the higher level origin was a person, an object, or something else, there was no way to know. They only knew that it had a corresponding rule that corresponded to the level it was at. Speaking of which, we just ran out of the palace of this small empire. We suddenly seemed to have found something interesting, and could not help but say, "Feng, the guy we just saw seems to be the king of this empire." Yun Nuoshing. That strange guy? The empire we are in is a bit amazing in the eastern region. It directly controls a certain race in the sea. Is it something man-made again? An entire tribe is still all right. We nodded. There are a few types of life in this world. Apart from the human race, there are only a few types of beasts on this man-made land, and there are very few types that are powerful enough to be called magical beasts. There are a lot of creatures in the sea that can develop well due to the large size of the sea, but there are no magical beasts at origin. And then he created a race? It seems to have been done by the kings of the previous generations. But that's not all. They also controlled the direction of the evolution of that race. They basically did everything single-handedly and even affected the ecological environment of the ocean, and so on. We continued. It seems that because of this small empire has become the most special empire in the eastern region. Their responsibility will not change. After all, other empires can't deal with this. Why is it so strange? Yun Nuoshing grimaced. The great Empyrean god of origin was messing with the ecology. Well, no one said that beings at origin could not pay attention to environmental protection, right? After all, this ocean planet only had a continent and an ocean. After all, protecting the environment was everyone's responsibility. SSS. What was he saying? Ahem, let's not talk about those strange things. That strange guy is the king, and then? Yun Nuoshing shook her head to disperse those strange thoughts, and talked to Hui again. He could not have brought up this topic, because he found out that the strange guy was the king. Hui thought for a moment. Although he was talking in his soul, he deliberately walked to a more remote place before continuing. It's said that he came back from that place. Which place? Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. The place where the spirit ascension ceremony went to. He was I don't know how many years ago the spirit ascension ceremony went there, and then he returned to this planet 1,000 years ago. Strangely, after he came back, not many people asked about this matter. Whether it was the 3 great empires or the previous king of this empire, the latter abdicated immediately after he came back and gave the position to him, Hui said. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a while. Her mind was filled with those extravagant ideas. She could not figure it out for a long time. She was so anxious that she could not help but blurt out nonsense. Religion? Religion? Are there any traces of these? No. Logically speaking, the spirit ascension ceremony is most likely related to these, but I have observed for more than 100 days and have not found any special temples or churches in this world. I can't feel any fluctuations of religion either. Hui shook his head. Troublesome. Hui and Jing Yuanji heard this word from the other end, and could not help but smile bitterly. This was indeed a troublesome matter. Every time they came into contact with a world that they did not understand from scratch, or perhaps touched on the fundamental things of this world, they would feel troubled. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and looked at the palace in the distance. She scratched her head and said, "You guys come back first." We responded. Looking at the guy sitting opposite him who was still talking non-stop, he could not help but smile bitterly. He poured a glass of wine and pushed it to him. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your information." "Hey, don't go. I haven't finished yet. About the situation last time, you don't know then." We quickly got up and ran away. After returning to the place just now, Yun Nuoshing did not wait for the two to speak. She said directly, "Let's go again and ask him directly." Hui and Jing Yuanji were taken aback. In this short period of time, Yun Nuoshing had already rushed into the sky. Only then did they slowly let out an "oh" and then followed with the others. Although they were a little surprised, they were not particularly surprised. The young man in white sat in front of the table in the hall just now. His slender hand grabbed a large pile of documents placed on the table from time to time. After quickly reviewing them, his palm pressed on the paper and something that looked like a crystal ball, leaving his own mark, and then threw it aside. Just as he was diligently dealing with these things that made him sleepy and yawn, he suddenly felt a fluctuation in the space. He could not help but put down the things in his hand and raised his head. He saw that the group of strange people who had left less than 2 hours ago had directly emerged from the space. He was a little surprised. "Ah, you guys are here again." The young man stood up dignified, pushed the chair aside, and bowed slowly. He smiled and looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others who were walking over. "I wonder what is the purpose of your visit this time?" He saw them this time. They were walking over in a hurry. The expression on their faces seemed to be hiding something in their hearts, and they should be about to say it. He originally intended to say it directly, but when Yun Nuoshing saw his incomparably calm appearance, black lines could not help but droop down on her face. "Why are you always so calm?" "Because I don't feel any murderous aura from you," the young man said in a matter-of-fact tone. "Come, tell me why you are looking for me." "Everyone! Big brother, this is your palace. You are the emperor of this empire. Seeing intruders running back and forth to your palace like they are entering and exiting a public place, even if you don't show an exasperated expression, shouldn't you be a little more vigilant? What's with your expression that looks like you are going to sit together and drink tea and chat in the next second?" It made him speechless. Chapter 1408. Tea or Wine? Long story or short story? "Oh look, I've even prepared chairs for you." The white-clothed youth pulled out a few chairs from nowhere, as if he was performing a magic trick. Then, he casually flipped the things on the table that were piled up with information to the side. He waved his hand and invited Yun Nuoshing and the others to sit down. Yun Nuoshing, Hui, and the others looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They had been in the Great Yuan realm for so many years. Today, they finally met a ghost. They had no doubt that even if they bombarded the youth with all the big and small things in the outside world at this moment, he would not be surprised at all. "Come, I'm ready to listen to what you have to say." The youth sat down in the main seat, poured a cup of wine and a few cups of tea on the table, and pushed them to the seats in front of the chairs. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others who were dumbfounded with a faint smile. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other, took a deep breath, and sat stiffly on the chairs. The former sighed softly. "Cough, we did come here to ask you something." The white-clothed youth showed a matter-of-fact expression, as if he was sure that this group of people who had entered the palace twice had come here to ask him for something. "You?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned as soon as he opened his mouth. After talking for so long, he did not even know the name of the person in front of him. Hui and Jing Yuanji also suddenly noticed this problem. Their expressions froze, and then they did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was not their fault. The person in front of them was really too strange. They had heard a lot of information just now, but it did not include the name of the person in front of them. Cough, cough. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment and went straight to the point. We heard that you had left this place before, but suddenly came back 1,000 years ago. Is that right? Everyone knows about this. The white-clothed youth nodded, and stared at Yun Nuoxing with a smile. Suddenly, he said, "Your expression is so strange." Yun Nuoxing's tense expression immediately collapsed. He shook his head with a bitter smile, and said with his original expression, "Well, we came here because we were curious about this matter. We want to hear you talk about it in detail." Indeed, everyone knows about this matter. There are also people from the 3 great empires who know about it. The white-clothed young man poured Yun Nuoxing a cup of tea and said softly, "However, no one has ever asked me about this matter. It's better to say that everyone doesn't ask about this matter if they don't have to. They just pretend that they don't know anything." Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea. "Because of the taboo? That's part of the reason." The white-clothed young man smiled and unconsciously rubbed his fingers on the table. "Do you know the true appearance of this world?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at him, looked up at the sky, and said, "Are you referring to this planet, or this sealed starry sky?" The young man raised his eyebrows slightly. "I didn't expect someone else to know about the existence of the wall of separation." From the way he raised his eyebrows, Yun Nuoxing felt that he was probably trying to express a little surprise, just a little. This region, this world within the wall of isolation, is a cage. The white-clothed young man suddenly let out a long sigh and said in an extremely calm tone, "It's not a literal cage. This place is a prison, a place of exile. In that vast and boundless world, there will always be people who are exiled to this place for various reasons. This place of exile will become all that they can touch for the rest of their lives. Occasionally, there will be some lucky people who can get out again. However, those who can escape from the place of exile are mostly people with gray identities." "Please wait a moment." When he reached the critical moment, the white-clothed young man suddenly stood up and walked to the window under the confused gaze of Yun Nuoxing and the others. He slowly closed the window that was more than 1 meter high and carved something that looked like a talisman or rune on the window. After that, he gently walked back to the table and sat down. He closed his eyes without saying anything and just drank his tea. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at each other and did not say anything either. They drank their tea and yawned. Although they did not know what the person in front of them was doing, they could only tell that he did not want to talk about this matter now. It was like an intermission, so it was not a problem to wait for a while. Boom! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound of thunder in the sky. A thin layer of dark clouds seemed to emerge from the void in the clear and boundless day just now. Black lightning flashed and roared in the sky, causing the expressions of countless people below to turn sluggish. They hurriedly ran back home with fear. The people in the market were even more flustered as they packed up their stalls. Some of the small stalls simply abandoned their goods and ran under the eaves. They held seals in their hands and looked at the sky in fear. The black lightning flashed for a while and wandered in the sky. The area covered by the dark clouds extended from 100 miles to 10,000 miles away. The power of the thunder also became more and more terrifying. However, there was no further action. After a full half an hour, the inexplicable lightning that appeared out of nowhere quietly dissipated, and the entire sky gradually became clear again. Phew! Everyone who saw this scene within 10,000 miles heaved a sigh of relief. They patted their chests and wiped off their sweat. Even though nothing happened, they all looked like they had just survived a disaster. That was close, that was close. Fortunately, I didn't really touch anything. Whose disobedient child touched the taboo? This is going to cost our lives. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Go do whatever you need to do. Hey, that's my stall. Thief, stop right there. As soon as peace was restored, the market became a lively scene again. When Yun Nuoshing and the others heard these voices, their expressions became a little strange. According to the signs of the dark clouds just now, it was a bit like a heavenly punishment. It was the judgment of the power of the rules that came down but could not find the target. It seems like we've dodged it. The white-clothed youth stuck out his tongue and said with a smile, "Now you know why no one has ever asked about these things, right? Suppression? With the suppression of the laws, there are some things that can't be exposed and some things that can't be told. What you've seen today has a relatively small impact." The white-clothed youth smiled and poured Yun Nuoshing a fifth cup of tea. "In the past, when I talked about this by myself, I encountered even more terrifying things. Sometimes I would inexplicably be injured, as if I had been cut in the waist. Sometimes I would be stripped of my facial features and directly fall unconscious. When I wake up, I would find a large amount of dried blood where I fell. Sometimes. This is something I've only learned after experiencing it many times. Now I've already grasped the extent of it. As long as I stop at an appropriate time, I won't be suppressed by the laws." Yun Nuoshing and the others became strange. This was equivalent to saying that this was self-torture, and this person was addicted to self-torture. He would constantly talk about it. This was the first point. As for the second point, this place was actually talking about the laws? It seemed like even at reciprocity, he did not have a deep understanding of the laws. It seems like these created life forms can't control the laws, even if they're heavenly gods of origin, Jing Yuanji said in her soul. Tao Celestial's world had the power and nature of laws after all, but they were not powerful. They were several levels weaker than this world. On the other hand, the spirit-gathering continent basically did not have such things. Yun Nuoshing understood this as well. It's probably because their own life forms have already been distorted. Their bodies belong to order, but half or more of their existences are already on the verge of order, or even have nothing to do with order. Although their existences are not wrong life forms created by loopholes in the laws like origin life forms, they are still special life forms that are walking on a tightrope. They can probably be picked out from other life forms to form their own category. Half of them conform to order and the laws of the void, but the other half doesn't. With the first half, the laws of the void cannot judge them as wrong, nor can they be thrown into non-order. They can only remain in this specious form without making a decision. However, this also prevents them from coming into contact with the power of laws. To put it bluntly, they don't match the laws of the void, but they aren't wrong either. They don't have much affinity with the laws of the void. Yun Nuoshing explained. That's why they created things like Tao, that try to analyze and understand the laws of the world on their own, just like those who don't have a deep understanding of the world. Even if the latter are mostly low-tier gods before rebirth in the realm of gods, it's because they are special. From their perspective, the laws of the void are a completely different world from what we see and feel. The term Tao was correct for them in other worlds. It was just their own attempt to understand the laws of the world, the laws of the void, and other things they created. They could also call it heavenly Tao or something else. In short, it was not too far off. So, do you want to continue? If you want to continue, could you help me block it? The white-clothed youth looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others and smiled. Even if I'm used to it, it's still very painful to suffer a calamity. With that, he covered his mouth and chuckled a few times, embarrassed. Yun Nuoshing didn't know how many times her cheeks twitched. This guy was really a sissy. Speaking of which, was he a man or a woman? Although she had thought about the situation of the cross-dressing boss. Although she was curious more than once and wanted to check his source of life, in this state of self-suppression, if she didn't touch him, she couldn't just use her eyes to check his source of life. She could only suppress this strange curiosity. Yun Nuashing looked curiously at the rune that he pasted on the window and couldn't help but ask, "What you just did, is it used to deceive? The suppression of the Tao, or is it used to hide one's own aura?" "It's both, but it can only deal with the suppression of the Tao that isn't particularly strong. If it's stronger, it might not be able to suppress it." The white-clothed youth laughed and repeated softly, "Do you want to continue?" "Ahem, you can continue. We'll be fine here." Hui coughed softly and turned to look at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing pursed her lips when she saw this. Although she was not very happy, she still nodded and said, "Okay, continue." "Okay." He nodded and didn't ask how they planned to deal with it. After a moment of consideration, he continued, "The area we are in, this sealed space, didn't have this strange isolation many years ago. That was an era when this place wasn't the land of exile, nor was it a prison. This part only exists in the records of ancient books. Not many people know about it now. Perhaps no more than 10 people among the upper echelons of the 3 empires know about it. No one knows what happened at that time that turned this place into a prison. When the prison appeared, there were more unfriendly and dangerous life forms in this area. However, they usually didn't cause trouble. They just lurked in any place in the starry sky and didn't come into contact with other life forms. The life forms that stayed here were also sealed. As for the planet under our feet, it is the core hub of the land of exile. You can think of it as. The white-clothed youth paused for a moment and didn't know how to describe this place. The warden? Or the deepest part of the land of exile? Or the first barrier? Yun Nuashing tried to give a few answers. He thought for a moment and tapped his finger on the table a few times. "It's probably the deepest part. However, this is also the place closest to the exit. An exit that exists in the deepest part of the land of exile. Other planets also have their own ways to leave this land of exile. However, due to various reasons, those planets didn't send as many people out as this planet. The sole ascension ceremony on this planet is to send people out." "I guess that. Where did those methods come from?" Yun Nuashing frowned. "It was left by the person who built the prison." The white-clothed youth suddenly stopped halfway and calmly raised his head. In the sky, a large group of dark clouds suddenly condensed. The speed at which it condensed was very fast. It was no longer as slow as before. In just a few milliseconds, the entire sky became as dark as ink. Countless panicked screams came from the city that was still noisy just now. Boom! A huge dark lightning bolt the size of a mountain fell from the dark clouds with a violent impact force. It blasted towards the palace in the city. As it streaked across the sky, one could see the scene of space collapsing inch by inch. However, before it could rush into the palace, it suddenly froze in midair. Those who still had the courage to raise their heads saw this shocking scene. They could even clearly see the ferocious face of the lightning bolt baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Yun Nuashing raised his right hand. Circles of dark red energy flashed from his arm to his fingers. He snapped his fingers and shouted, "Go back!" The dark clouds and thunderbolts suddenly lost the sound of energy surging. In an instant, their bodies were covered with terrifying cracks. Then, as if they had turned into solid bodies, they shattered into energy fragments in a loud bang and slowly melted away. The entire sky suddenly cleared up. Countless people stared blankly at this scene. They were so shocked that their jaws dropped. However, they didn't know what had just happened. They only heard a pleasant voice cursing towards the sky, "Amazing." The white-robed young man clapped his hands with a smile. His white jade-like slender palms made a crisp sound. Then, he poured a cup of tea for Yun Nuashing. The way to leave this land of exile was left behind by those who built the land of exile. There is a powerful suppression of the great path that was artificially left behind in this space. Some rules that don't exist in the outside space are like the power of heaven here. They restrict the countless lives in this starry sky. The suppression of the great path is only one of them. He didn't panic from the beginning to the end. Even after seeing Yun Nuoshing's small attack, he was still the same. Even though he had never seen anyone who could repel the suppression of the great path with just one sentence, he was still extremely calm. Then, you went out once in the past. Why did you come back later? Hui asked from the side. I went out for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to leave this cage and see the outside world. Second, I also wanted to know why the land of exile appeared. I wanted to know why the people outside gave up all the lives here. The white-robed young man said, as I said just now, the suppression of the great path is only one of them, but it's also the most important one. The strength of the great path in this space is very different from the strength of the great path in the outside world. Moreover, the space in the land of exile is also very barren. It has been disconnected from the outside space for a long time and is forcibly confined to this space. This area is slowly losing its power. Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes and looked up. She looked at the area of 600,000 light-years from a large scale. After a moment, she was slightly stunned. This space was separated from the outside space by the rules. It was completely isolated and was no longer affected by any rules of the real world. This space was really exiled. It was not affected by the void or the heart of the world. It was completely left in the moment the cage was formed. From then on, it no longer had any contact with the outside world. It was a sealed place, and it was declining bit by bit. When the power of the great path in this area declines bit by bit until it can't even support the cycle of life, most of the lives in this area will quickly die when the cycle of life disappears. They will turn into dust, leaving only those who are strong enough to survive. When the period of decline is over, the power of the great path will no longer change. It will become stable and weak. At that time, new life will be born. However, the new life will only be ordinary life without any power. The white-robed young man took a sip of tea and let out a long breath. To be honest, my family is here. I want to take them out of here. The spirit ascension ceremony can only send me out alone. There's no way for them to go out together. So, I want to go out and find a way to break through this void. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly formed, bringing with it a destructive force that could destroy the world. It was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. This time, even the clouds were no longer formed. Scram! Yun Nuoshing roared and suddenly stood up. Dark red energy surged wildly and rushed into the clouds, shattering the thunderbolt and the destructive force of the rules that lingered around him. The chair beneath him also exploded into powder with a boom. He raised his head in anger. If you continue to cause trouble for me, I'll kill you. Mere unformed power. Boom boom, a muffled boom sounded from the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth trembled, causing countless people to be confused. There were so many strange things happening today. Which bastard did something so unlucky to provoke the continuous suppression of the great path? The trembling lasted for about 10 seconds before it quieted down. Then, there was a deathly silence. The entire sky lost all signs of life. Even the wind was gone. If one listened carefully, they would be able to tell that the trembling sound just now was a bit like a tremor. Wow, the power of the great path has never been so quiet before. The white-robed young man sighed in admiration. He clapped his hands in joy. Then I can talk about whatever I want. It's been a long time since I talked about these things. The main thing is that no one dares to listen to me. If they stand beside me, they'll be struck by lightning at any time. He scratched his head and laughed. Yun Nuoshing and the others. Yun Nuoshing looked around and did not find an extra chair. He was about to stand and continue listening when Siyu saw his expression. She pulled his hand and moved to the side, leaving half of the chair space. She raised her head and smiled at him. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and sat sideways. He leaned his shoulder against Cu's shoulder. And then? You came back here 1,000 years ago. Did you find a way? The white-robed young man smiled and shook his head. I was violently beaten up. I was severely punished for 2 years. Yun Nuoshing and the others were speechless when they saw him gritting his teeth and talking about how he ran into a wall. However, he himself did not seem to care. Then, I broke some rules and was thrown back here. He scratched his head and continued to smile. It's different from the Aborigines in the past. Being thrown here is equivalent to being a prisoner. The standards for Aborigines and prisoners are different. Yun Nuoshing and the others sighed in pity. The white-robed young man suddenly said, however, due to some unimportant reasons, I might be able to fight for the right to go out again after some time. And be thrown back here again? Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. Doing something like this would probably violate the interests of a certain high-level life form or something else. Needless to say, the consequences were obvious. If he couldn't beat them, he would only be thrown back here. Then go out again. And be thrown back again. One more time. Yun Nuoshing and the others, seeing that he was always calm and collected, knowing that he was showing some obsession but still smiling, they felt that this guy was too optimistic. He was so straightforward and optimistic that it made their hearts ache. Hui Jingyuanji and Cu suddenly turned their heads and looked at the silent Yun Nuoshing. They could not help but mutter in their hearts, if it were this guy, the outside world might have been turned upside down by him. Chapter 1409. The young man in white did not know the details of the land of exile, such as the reason for its establishment and the reason for choosing this place. He did not know. Yun Nuoshing and the others could not tell or guess. As for the reasons on the surface, come on, those were all nonsense. If they could capture and deal with a group of dangerous beings, how could they not create a space that could crush them to death? Allowing them to wander freely in this land of exile that was only slightly suppressed by the rules but seemed to be overly free, it was obvious that they were waiting for them to break out. Therefore, most of the so-called legends, records, and hearsay could not be trusted. They were nothing more than a set of nonsensical reasons that the superior life forms came up with to deceive the ignorant. They probably did not spend much effort to cover up their lies. After all, the life forms in the land of exiles would fill in the blanks themselves and help them perfect this untenable reason. Anyway, this area and the beings in it had been imprisoned for countless years in disguise. That was not all. Those fellows on the outside still had to pretend to be mysterious and create a spirit ascension ceremony to let them out. They had obviously taken over other people's space and created a land of exile to lock everyone up in it. In the end, they even left a narrow path for them to crawl out. In the end, they still wanted the people in the land of exile to be grateful to them and thank them for letting them out. Bah, how ugly! Well, that sentence was purely expressing the dissatisfaction in Yun Nuoshing's heart because he did not like these things. If he guessed the truth completely wrong, wouldn't that be awkward? What's the outside world like? Yun Nuoshing could not help but ask. The young man in white put his hand to his mouth and thought for a moment. A world similar to this planet. It's a unified, neat. Yun Nuoshing saw that he was so calm that he could not speak for a long time. She could not help but ask, a world unified by one force? Yes. He nodded. There are only 2 places in this starry sky. One is the outside world, and the other is the land of exile where we are now. The outside world is unrestrained, but it follows some slightly loose but very broad rules. They are rules that they use to restrict life in this world. A long time ago, in the ancient times, these rules have been passed down. In recent years, they have been perfected, or so it is said. Yun Nuoshing, Hui, and Jing Yuanji looked at each other and said in their souls, probably something like the prohibition of the reincarnation state. The 2 of them nodded. Jing Yuanji said, But Lord Feng, the reason behind this may be very different. The Rebirth Realm's injunction is used to restrict high-level life forms and protect low-level life forms. But the regulations he mentioned, I think they were made by the unified force to better control this world. He said that the regulations are a little loose, and the scope is very broad. Although it feels a little similar to the Rebirth Realm's injunction. Well, it's just my intuition that it may be different. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and looked at him. You were thrown back. Why were you thrown back? It's a little long to explain. Please wait for a moment. The young man in white smiled. He got up and walked to the wall engraved with a huge emblem not far behind him. He reached out and groped for a while before he found a secret compartment. Then, he took out a can, a pot, a bucket. Forget it, let's just treat it as a bottle. It was a bottle that looked a little strange. Its width was like a small bucket, and there were two handles with big ears on the left and right. It also had a sharp mouth. It looked like something that was put together by the above items. When Yun Nuoshing and the others saw that thing, they all guessed what it was. Then, they saw the young man in white open the cork of the bottle and pour out the tea leaf. They were all instantly stunned. After changing the pot of tea, the young man poured tea for Yun Nuoshing, Jing Yuanji, and Siyu. He also brought a pot of wine for Hui. Then, he said faintly, the outside world is controlled by a force. Of course, there are also large and small groups that have their own camp. But no matter how the situation changes, the former is always a superior above them. They are also happy to see these large and small groups appear to help them manage their territory. They have absolute power. For countless years, those large and small groups have experienced changes of prosperity, decline, birth, and destruction, but they have never changed. The place to go through the soul ascension ceremony is the center of the starry sky outside. All the life forms that go there have to accept a certain range of management. It's just like entering a sect. They have to do a certain amount of tasks every month. Most of the time, they are very free. Yun Nuoshing looked up. Tasks? The young man in white nodded. Although they are tasks, and there are many different types of tasks, each of them is linked to divinity, rules, and the like. I think that they seem to want to collect the special energy of all life forms. What are they planning to do? But most people would not be able to tell. The young man in white shrugged. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other but did not say anything. It sounded very strange just from listening to it. Speaking of which, could that so-called force actually be the bastards of a distorted race? Collecting the rules, divinity, and some energy of the experimental subjects, intending to use them for the next step of research? That was highly likely. When I looked back at the two worlds that I had just experienced, these experimental worlds didn't exist for the sake of living happily every day. They were cages for countless lab rats. The lower worlds were used to force breakthroughs to appear. A large number of low-level and mid-level heavenly origin gods were gathered in this world. According to the information I had received, none of the experimental subjects had broken through to the high level, so there shouldn't be any more of this world. Then, what was the purpose of this world? After waiting for them to recover a little, the young man in white continued. The reason I went out was just to find a way to open the land of exile. Ahaha, this move probably involved their interests or something else. Before I could find much, I was caught, imprisoned for 2 years, and then thrown back here. Yun Nuoshing and the others could not help but smile bitterly. This fellow was really not afraid of death. It was not easy to escape. Before Yun Nuoshing could finish, the young man in white smiled. But I did not come out empty-handed. I found that we are not the only place in the land of exile. There are more? The young man in white nodded. There was a look of reminiscence in his eyes as he searched for memories that had passed some time ago in the depths of his mind. I found that there may be 20 lands of exile, but as for their specific locations, I only know 4. I don't know the rest. Yun Nuoshing felt a little headache. In short, he knew that this was still a somewhat strange world. There were many aspects that were strange. He did not know what rules this world followed to act, what the people behind the scenes were up to, and what they were planning. Speaking of which, why did he come over to worry about these things? Oh yes, he wanted to follow the clues and try to find the base camp of the distorted races. After all, these worlds were important experimental grounds. There would always be a chance to come into contact with them. He could either catch one or directly break in and then kill them. As for the experimental subjects in these worlds, he would think about it when the time came. He did not know how to deal with these beings that were both order and non-order. Yun Nuoshing drank a cup of tea. So, how do we do the spirit ascension ritual? You said that qualification. How do we get it? Do you want to leave this place as well? The young man in white smiled faintly. It's actually not difficult to get the qualification. The control of this planet under our feet belongs to the three empires. The countless empires in the eastern region are considered subsidiary. The people sent out by the Spirit Ascension ritual today are the people of the three empires. The eastern region also has a quota. You just need to complete the duty that your empire has. Yun Nuoshing and the others felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Complete the duty that they were in charge of? Did that not mean moving mountains and filling seas to create land, opening up wastelands to collect gold and stones, protecting the environment to grow plants, and raising fish wholeheartedly? Every empire in this world had its own duty. It was the ancestor of the Southern Empire who did this. In order to maintain this fictional, illusory, and dreamlike scene, he did not hesitate to use the power of the entire world to do this. But what was this? Did he want them, who were at the peak of origin, to go and raise fish? Seeing their stunned and confused expressions, the young man in white could not help but cover his mouth and chuckle. He waved his hand. This is our duty. Although there are no rules that say that the guests cannot interfere, I have never thought of asking others to help with this. If nothing unexpected happens in the eastern region this time, that quota should fall into my hands. Well, unfortunately, I can't help because I have a reason to go out. Guests, you can go to other planets with life to take a look. The conditions in the Gong Xia world might be simpler. Every planet has different conditions. After all, they are all under their own control, so it is not a problem to set any rules. I remember that there is a race that only has their own people on that planet, so there is no need to fight for it. It is decided internally. Wait, you said that you have the confidence to get that quota, right? Yun Nuoshing suddenly looked at him and said, How confident are you? 60 to 70%, but that quota. The young man in white looked at him. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and interrupted him. We have a way to let you get that quota with 100% certainty, but you have to give that quota to me and let me go to the outside world. And I can take you with me. How about that? The young man in white blinked his eyes. Even though he heard these words that sounded like a fantasy story, he didn't feel a trace of shock or surprise. His eyes were still indifferent and contained a trace of a smile. He thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Pfft. Hui directly spat out a mouthful of wine. Jing Yuanji was so shocked that she could not hold the teacup. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned. Her cheeks trembled a few times in a daze. They believed it so directly? They did not have any doubts at all? We can't even be considered as acquaintances. Can't you at least doubt me? Seeing the dull and comical expressions of the three people, the young man in white knew what they were thinking. He smiled and said, They have the power to suppress the great Tao suppression. I can't afford to offend them. What else can I do if I don't agree? Yun Nuoshing and the other two. So he clearly knew that the person in front of him could not be offended, so he agreed so readily. But even so, he was too straightforward and calm, wasn't he? Yun Nuoshing stared at the guy who had been calm for a long time, trying to find any trace of surprise or dissatisfaction from the slightest movement on his face. However, she could not find any. She could only see that he met her gaze with a faint smile. His black eyes did not seem deep, but there was a little light twinkling like stars. His slender eyelashes fluttered along with his eyes gently blinking. He was actually flirting with him. He actually felt a little playful and cute. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and waved her hand in annoyance. Don't worry, it's not a threat. I won't force you to do something you don't want to do. We have our own ways to help you. We can even bring you along with us. You just have to give me the quota when you get it. It sounds very exciting. The young man in white rested his elbows on the table and smiled. Then, please advise me. He looked at the slightly darkening sky and said, It's getting late today. Let's gather at the East Coast early tomorrow morning. Yun Nuoxing sighed and nodded. She did not stay here for long. She waved her hand weakly and left with her people. Somehow, she felt that the purpose of this trip was getting further and further away. She felt like she was about to break down and had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Watching Yun Nuoxing and the others leave, the young man in white sat down with a smile after they left the palace. Interesting. I didn't expect that such an interesting guy would come out from the low-level area this time. He stretched his back, and a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. The low-level area, How many years had it been since they came to this place from there? They were muddle-headed and did not know why they were living in this void. They did not know what they were living for and did not know what they should be doing. They only followed the great path and followed the rules of others, living like walking corpses. I don't know which low-level area they came from. That energy is more powerful than any energy I have ever seen. Perhaps they can really make some changes. They can let us break free from this cage called the world. The young man in white laughed and could not help but pick up an irregular stone. He touched it a few times and the stone immediately became crystal clear. South. This is the east. Old thief, let me tell you something. I met a few interesting guys here. Do you want to come and have a look? I don't have time. Fish. Has your brain turned into a fish? Our family has been rearing fish for so many years, but it's not as tiring as you, the ocean creator. You're not even a fish farmer. Speaking of which, has your glacier project been realized yet? Have you created a glacier continent? A gloomy sigh came from the crystal-like stone. It was probably not completed. The young man in white smiled. All right, I won't bother you. Anyway, come and have a look if you have time. It's fun. After Yun Nuoxing and the others left the palace, they suddenly lost their purpose. They looked at each other and thought for a while. They might as well go to the East Coast now and wait there for the arrival of tomorrow. Little Star, are you really going to fish farm? Siyu shook little Xingxing's arm, and could not help but ask. As she spoke, she even glanced at the coast that was not too far away. The entire eastern region was an irregular sawtooth region. Each sawtooth occupied a large area and could accommodate several small empires. They were now in the middle of the sawtooth region. There was only one eastern coast on the eastern side of the sawtooth region. Unless they crossed this sawtooth region to go to the next part, they would not be able to reach it. It would have been better if the girl didn't mention it. When she mentioned Yun Nuoxing, she looked gloomy. She was so gloomy that she wanted to give her a good beating. Siyu's face turned pale when she saw the green light in Yun Nuoxing's eyes. She subconsciously stepped back and huddled with Feng Qinghuang. Yun Nuoxing grinned and carried Dao Tian on his back. It wasn't that he was reluctant to do it because he saw her pitiful appearance. He just thought about it and didn't have the intention to carry it out. He shook his head and found Qing Jun and I Ching in his soul. He didn't know if these guys who ran to other planets would turn their world upside down. From the short description, he could roughly guess how precious the so-called quota was. The lives in this region all knew that they were in a cold and dark region. The others probably didn't have the lofty ideals of the young man in white. Perhaps they only knew about the existence of this space and didn't know that this space was about to collapse. Otherwise, they would have made a big fuss long ago. But those big shots in power should know something. If the strange young man in white knew about these things, there was no reason for them not to know. With this power, of course, if possible, they would try their best to send their precious people out of this dangerous space. After all, they were just natives who had suffered an undeserved disaster. Qingjun, Yiqing, how's the situation on your side? After waiting for a while, the two of them reported separately with tacit understanding. They also tried to make it as short as possible. The short few paragraphs made Yun Nuoxing understand. In short, everyone had their own methods, but the quota was precious, so they had to fight for it. Moreover, they had to use all their strength to fight for it. Otherwise, these high-level life forms who came in a hurry might not be able to hold down these natives, who were already familiar with it. Yun Nuoxing suddenly stopped, and a startled groan came from his throat. He quickly raised his head. The sky was calm, and the starry sky was also calm, but he clearly felt some movement just now. Hui and Jing Yuanji beside him also stopped and looked up at the sky at the same time, indicating that it was not his illusion. An agitation of the rules, Hui said faintly. It's like the precursor of the space about to collapse. At the same time, Yiqing, Qingjun, and other people from the divine realm, who had just finished their report, looked up at the starry sky. They also sensed that a somewhat bad atmosphere was slowly spreading out from the void of this area of 600,000 light-years. They could not help but frown. Speaking of which, they were really unlucky recently. They were used to making a lot of preparations before taking action. Now that they had come to another world, everything was done in a hurry. They fought a battle in a hurry, and were rushed into the battlefield before they could understand this world. This is not good, Feng. It seems that we have to speed up. Don't let this space collapse when the time comes, Hui said hurriedly. Personally, I don't think it matters. Anyway, the collapse of this space will not affect us. At most, the lives of these 600,000 light-years will die. If we can save them, then we will. If we can't, then we won't force it. Do you expect us guys who have just arrived and haven't even gained a firm foothold to carry out anything immediately? Yun Nuoxing sighed and shrugged. Let's not talk about how I just arrived. You guys who have been here for 100 days can't do anything either, can you? Hui laughed dryly. Indeed, it was a little troublesome for outsiders like them to easily interfere with the affairs of this world. And he was so troublesome that he didn't accomplish anything. In fact, until today, he didn't know what to do. Anyway, Hui grimaced and looked at Yun Nuoxing with a pitiful expression. Before he could finish, the latter slapped him and turned him to the side. All right. Don't look at me with that expression. It's giving me goosebumps. Just do your best as soon as possible. Yuanji, give me a countdown. Jing Yuanji blushed when Lord Feng called her by her intimate name. Before her brain could react, she had already subconsciously carried out the order. Looking at the space, she said, there is still a lot of energy before the power of the rules is exhausted. There is less than a month before the space begins to collapse. The entire collapse process may only last 4 to 5 days. That's enough. This time, we are counting down the days. Hui is so troublesome. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. Since when did he become a person who would do his best to save the world in the void? Wasn't that what this unlucky fellow beside him liked to do? Chapter 14:10. No matter where he went, it was like a whirlpool of chaotic events. No matter where he went, that place would be ravaged by violent winds. Furthermore, he had been a little unlucky recently. A storm had to be brewing, right? Recently, he didn't even need to brew his storm of events. Wherever he went, it would be triggered. He wasn't given any time to prepare at all. Every time he went to a world, he would face it head-on. Even though he was dissatisfied, he couldn't complain. Instead, he had to risk his life to save these worlds that were similarly unlucky because of his arrival. Well, saving the worlds was not his intention. He did not come here to save the worlds, so why did he deviate from his path? This matter did not have much to do with them. Hundreds of billions of people were dying. He could just close his eyes and ignore it. If we did not stare at him with that kind of gaze that gave him goosebumps, he might not have cared. After complaining, he still had to face the things that he had to face. The next morning, Yun Nuoshing and the others waited for a night and a morning on the shore where the breeze blew gently. Looking at the small waves that kept splashing on the shore, they only felt very relaxed. If not for the many things hanging on their backs, they would have really wanted to relax. The 5 of them sat in a row on the beach. After Dao Tian sneezed last night, he was put into the spiritual world. He did not know why the girl was still sleeping. Yun Nuoshing looked at the sky that changed from dark to light blue without any transition. He could not help but be stunned. He thought that he would be able to see the sky light up bit by bit, dyeing the darkness red and blue little by little, getting brighter little by little, with a hazy glimmer shining from the horizon or something. But in an instant, the sky changed from dark to bright. Although it was not very bright, it was the kind of brightness that the sun had not completely climbed up after stretching its back. The switch is so stiff. Yun Nuoshing could not help but mutter. The moment I closed and opened my eyes, it was like the world had changed. It made my other memories appear. The sun of this planet is very, very far away. It can only receive weak sunlight. Jing Yuanji's shoulder was pressed against his. She stretched out her jade-like finger and pointed at a spot in the sky. They could directly see a little starlight there. Ordinary people would need to have extremely good eyesight and widen their eyes to stare at it for a long time before they could see a very, very dim starlight. That's the sun of this planet, 10 billion miles away. How did the life on this planet survive? Yun Nuoshing could not help but feel her cheeks twitch. The stars were so far away from each other. Logically speaking, ordinary life forms should not be able to survive. However, this ocean planet did not only have high-level life forms, but also many low-level life forms. Moreover, looking at the appearance of this planet, it did not seem like everything in the world was purely relying on energy to sustain life. In short, it felt a little strange. It doesn't seem like it's purely relying on energy to survive, but energy is indeed the most indispensable unit on this planet. There are still many things that cannot be explained. Hui scratched his head and said Yun Nuoshing's opinion. And the surrounding space is a little barren. Other than the sun, other stars are at least 100 light-years away from here. In this space with a radius of 100 light-years, there is only one sun and one planet. The rest is empty. It's too barren. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched a few times. Is it because this planet is the center of the land of exile? God knows. The few of them shrugged and then yawned in unison. Just as they were about to stretch, they heard a faint laughter behind them. Good morning. The 5 of them turned their heads in unison and saw the young man in white walking slowly towards them. There was an indescribable elegance and gentleness all over his body. There was always an indifferent expression on his unusually handsome face. He quietly approached them and glanced at them with his black eyes. He could not help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Have you all been waiting here for the whole night? Slept for the whole night. Yun Nuoshing yawned and admitted directly. She patted the 2 girls who were leaning on her. The few of them quickly stood up and patted the sand off their bodies. In fact, this action was completely unnecessary. When they stood up, the sand on their bodies automatically fell off. The influence of the high divinity and the high divinity had made them unstained. It was just a habitual action. So, what are you planning to do? What do you usually do? Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and then looked at the ocean. Fish farming. The young man in white casually said the answer that made them speechless for the whole night. Even though they were mentally prepared, they could not help but roll their eyes when they heard the answer. It turned out that he was really raising fish. If he was really raising fish, they also had many ways to raise fish. The first was the universal energy of life. No matter what kind of life it was, in the face of strong enough life energy, they could maintain their own life energy and not lose it. In other words, they would not die. The second and third were to do some small tricks in other aspects, such as exploiting loopholes in the rules and so on, or using their divinity and divine power to do things. Yun Nuoxing, Hui, and Jing Yuanji looked at each other. The corners of their eyes twitched. They really did not believe that such a trivial matter of raising fish could stump the three of them. They could just do something about the rules and be done with it. By the way, Yun Nuoxing suddenly clapped her hands. My name is Feng Ling. I haven't asked for your name. Qing as in guest, Yu as in gift. The young man in white smiled slightly. It's a very difficult name to pronounce. You can just call me Qing or Yu. Hui and the others only just remembered that they had known each other for a long time, but they still did not know the other party's name. After the two sides introduced themselves, there was no need to talk about business. Qing Yu took the lead and walked into the sea. The sea automatically parted when it was 1 foot away from him, forming a zone without water. Yun Nuoxing and the others were more straightforward. They did not care about the sea and walked directly into it. Where are your people? As they dove deeper into the ocean, Yun Nuoxing used his spiritual power to shout at Qing Yu. He shouldn't be the only one working on raising fish, right? This sounded like a big business. Speaking of which, they had walked around this place and didn't see anything like a fish farm. Furthermore, they had been diving deeper into the ocean. Could it be that this fish farm was at the bottom of the ocean? Qing Yu could not help but laugh. It seems that you really don't understand. In my empire, I'm the only one who can do this. Not only in my empire, but even on this continent, I'm the only one who can do this. In fact, it's a fixed responsibility. However, occasionally there will be some new monarchs who don't know about this. They will try to snatch the responsibility of our lineage's sole heir. However, we usually give it to them. After all, in a few days, they will realize that they can't affect anything and have an important responsibility that they cannot touch. Then, they will return it with their tails between their legs. Qing Yu smiled. There was no anger or mockery on his face at all. He only said one thing faintly. This has happened many times in history. If it were not for this reason, our lineage would have been able to carry this responsibility for hundreds of years. The record would not have been snatched by a small empire that only existed for 12 years. A lineage that is passed down to only one person. Hui muttered thoughtfully. It is also because of this that even if you are the controller of this unique responsibility, there is no way to pass this responsibility to others and expand it to the point where it can be shared by many people. Otherwise, it would have become the Eastern Empire long ago. Aya, this has always been a regret of our family. Qing Yu smiled and nodded. After all, this matter is very troublesome. There are many legends among the people that compare our family with the founder of the Southern Empire who created the world. When he said this, Yun Nuoxing found a little bit of pride on his face. This sounded like flattery, but to him it was a compliment, and it seemed to be the kind of compliment that he could accept. Yu pulled Yun Nuoxing's hand and leaned closer to her soul. Little star, the sea here is so warm. Yun Nuoxing responded and waved her hand to the side. She nodded. It was indeed so. What was amazing was that the sea water seemed to be divided. They should be thousands of miles below the surface of the sea at this moment. After crossing this dividing line, the sea water in this area seemed to be much warmer. However, they did not pay much attention to the temperature. Without Yu's reminder, it would have taken a while for them to notice this. Oh! Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. She looked at the core of this ocean planet. It was a stone ball that had cooled down and could no longer provide any energy or heat. She could not help but frown. Now, she had no idea where the heat of this planet came from. She also did not understand why this ocean had such a warm temperature. There were relatively more life forms under the ocean than on the continent. In terms of numbers, there were a lot of them. However, they did not see many marine species along the way. Most of them were some scattered fish or some marine life forms that they had never seen before. Even the density of life in the ocean was not particularly high. Logically speaking, at this depth, they should be able to see enough life forms to occupy their entire line of sight. So few. There are not many life forms. Feng Qinghuang pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve and floated forward. Her sensitivity to life forms was second only to Yun Nuashing. She could feel how barren the life forms here were. Although there are still a lot of life forms, once they are spread across the entire ocean, it is as if there are no life forms at all. In the shallow part of the ocean, there are almost no life forms. So they are below us? Yun Nuashing looked into the depths. Well, she still could not see anything for a while. Yu Qing smiled. This is caused by the environment of this planet. The ancestor of the South, who created this world, gave this dream to others. It has been passed down from generation to generation. We have only dealt with these things on the surface. However, if we look deeper, just like what you have seen, there are still many shortcomings. Let's just talk about the ocean. The Southern Empire, who is in charge of the ocean, is very busy. The Southern Emperor is like me, raising fish every day. The failure rate should be frighteningly high, right? Yun Nuashing glanced at her. That's right. Qing Yu nodded. This planet's initial barrenness was beyond anyone's imagination. Even if we can construct such a colorful dream now, it's still very difficult to make it more realistic. The creation of inanimate objects is one thing, but the creation of living things is a very difficult process. The Western Empire's planting of trees and grass is probably the highest level we can achieve right now. The one in the south has been trying to create new life forms in the ocean. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and continued. However, it is difficult to create life forms that are created with energy and weak rules to reach a balance. A balance that can enter the ecosystem and circulate. Those creations may cause damage to the existing balance, or they may not be able to integrate into the existing balance and add a branch to the existing balance. In the end, they will slowly fade away, or be disposed of before they can cause more damage. Yes. The one in the south has been working so hard that he is bald. He even talked to me many times. Unfortunately, we can't help him. Qing Yu nodded. Like the ones in my family, they can't jump out of the cycle. Our fish have other uses. Oh. Yun Nuashing and the others were a little interested. Jump out of the cycle, have special uses, and have other uses in this world. Interesting. They had a lot of guesses in an instant. As for the answer, they would have to see it for themselves to know. Well, we are here. While they were looking forward in anticipation, they heard his words and looked forward. They thought that they would see a building at the bottom of the sea, or simply the bottom of the sea, or an independent space, or something else. In the end, they saw a bright light. Under the dim sea, the light was very bright, as if there was a sun in front of them. Yun Nuashing felt a huge but very gentle energy coming from the ball of light in front of him. He was a little interested and narrowed his eyes to make his vision clear. Through the layer of light, he saw a red scale. It's too close. Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue and adjusted the distance of his vision. The red scale in his vision shrank little by little, and then more of the same scale appeared. Then, he could see a little bit of fiery red hair. He took a few steps back in one breath. When he looked again, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and make a sound of surprise. That's a fish? Is that thing a fish? A whale? No, a whale doesn't look like that. It's a life form whose body shape and streamlined shape are a little bit like a whale. Its body is covered with fiery red scales, and on its left and right sides, as well as its many fins, there are golden and red hair that changes in color. On both sides of its tail, there are two pieces of something that looks like a ray hanging vertically. At the front of its head, there is a lantern hanging. That lantern is the source of the light. A part of it because it is also emitting an unusually bright light. Beside it, there are a lot of golden and red-colored balls, ranging from 1 foot to 2 or 3 feet in size. Those are also luminous objects, and the frequency of their color changes is the same as the frequency of the hair on its body. Little flame. Over here, Chinyu suddenly shouted under the sea, and his voice set off a wave. The strange life form that is some distance away from them heard his voice at the same time. Its huge body casually rolled around under the sea, and then it quickly swam over with some kind of energy buzzing sound of joy. The balls circling around it became more and more numerous. Yun Nuoxing saw clearly that those luminous balls were floating out from the hair between the fins. The temperature is getting higher and higher. Siyu looked at the ball of light rushing over and felt that the temperature of the surrounding sea was rising little by little. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched slightly. He looked at Hui and Jing Yuanji, and couldn't help but say, could this fish be the source of the heat of this planet? This is also what the two of them thought. An underwater life form that can emit such a degree of heat when it is still some distance away, maybe it really is. But just this one in front of them is not enough. Just when the three of them were thinking, Qin Yu waved his hand happily at the ball of light. The fish that looks like a combination of a whale and some other things rushed over from afar with a rumble, bringing up waves. It almost threw Siyu and Feng Qinghuang out. When it got closer, they found that it was a little too huge, almost 3,000 feet long. Boom! With the sound of rolling waves, the fish slashed past their eyes with a huge impact. The impact even cut open a gap in the seawater. They could even feel the wind blowing Yun Nuoxing and the others' hair and clothes into a mess. However, they could still stay where they were and not move. It was just that Qin Yu was pushed out by the fish. Yun Nuoxing's eyes twitched, and his forehead turned black. Why is this scene so familiar? What a strange life form. Its body temperature is almost the same as the temperature of the Earth's core. Yun Nuoxing looked at the master and pet playing in the water and couldn't help but grin. Maybe it can convert its own energy into heat at a very high efficiency. It should be right. This should be the source of the heat of this planet. But one fish is not enough. Is there more? Siyu was shocked. She quickly looked around, but the light was too bright. She couldn't see far and couldn't see anything. She could only watch the ball of light and Qin Yu moving around. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. I'm guessing. Let's see what the fish farmer says. By the way, is it coming towards us? Seems like it. Hui nodded calmly. The three of them were calm. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang saw the 3,000 feet long fish rushing towards them, and their hearts couldn't take it. They quickly hid behind Yun Nuoxing. Siyu couldn't help but scream, "It's coming, it's coming! Feng Lingjun, come up!" Yun Nuoxing, who was about to bring his men to hide, raised his head when he heard this and saw Qin Yu sitting on the back of the fish, waving at them with all his might. He nodded and pulled a few people to appear beside him in a flash. "Xiaohua, say hello to your friends." Qin Yu patted the fiery red scales beside her. A moment later, a few foot-long golden-red balls floated over from the seawater beside them. They circled around Yun Nuoxing and the others a few times before stopping in their outstretched hands. Yun Nuoxing reached out and touched the ball of light. It was warm and a little furry. A warm and comfortable energy surged into his body, and it even conveyed a friendly meaning to him. He couldn't help but turn around, and saw that the two little girls had already fallen into this furry ball. When they were close to Xiaohua's body, they did not feel the temperature that was comparable to the Earth's core. The light was also not so dazzling. Another ball came over. Yun Nuoshing subconsciously put the ball on his head. He was still holding another one in his arms. He looked at Qin Yu. This is your fish? Yes. It's called Xiaohua. It has been providing heat to the ocean. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. Oh. Yun Nuoshing responded. He rolled his eyes. What about medium and big fires? Ah, you know them? They are on the other side. I'll take you to see them later. Medium fire is lazy. It just lies there every day. Big fire is more active than Xiaohua. It turns the ocean upside down every day. Qin Yu covered her mouth and chuckled. Yun Nuoshing and the others were speechless. So, there were other fish. So, they were really called Big Fire and Medium Fire. Chapter 14:11. The fiery red ball of light was like a floating volcano at the bottom of the ocean. Wherever it passed, the ocean was dyed red. It constantly released a huge amount of heat in all directions, but it did not cause the seawater to boil. However, when it passed by with its huge weight and impact, it caused the seawater to surge. The waves surged as if an underwater volcano had erupted. Occasionally, roaring sounds could be heard from the bottom of the ocean, passing through the thick seawater and into the ears of Yun Nuoshing and the others. Boom! A boom! The dull sound seemed like something had collapsed, or the sound of the explosive energy being sealed in a sealed space. After a period of time, they could be heard. Yun Nuoshing and the others did not feel any energy fluctuations. They subconsciously looked at Qin Yu, but when they saw that he was still indifferent and calm, they looked away again. However, after a while, Yun Nuoshing suddenly remembered that something was wrong. It was nonsense to try to determine the situation from the face of the Emperor of Calmness. What's that sound? It seems to be coming from below. Qin Yu was silent for a while. He slightly tilted his body and looked at the area below that was not illuminated by Xiaohua's light. He shook his head and said, "It's probably the sound coming from the core. This sound has existed for a long time. It seems to be especially frequent recently, but I don't see what exactly happened. Could there still be sounds coming from the core that had cooled down?" Yun Nuoshing did not believe this. If his experience was not wrong, then there must be something wrong with the core. For example, the so-called cooling down was just a facade. There might be something buried inside. "I hope," Yun Nuoshing muttered in his heart. "I hope nothing bad happened. According to the past, this place of exile might be up to something else. TSK, let's not think about it." The group followed Xiaohua and flew across the ocean for a while. They went from a place where there were few life forms to a place where there were more life forms. Yun Nuoshing and the others could also feel a slightly denser life force. They stretched their necks to look for other life forms in the ocean. However, Xiaohua's speed suddenly slowed down. The light it emitted also dimmed a little. The area covered by the light was reduced by about half, and the bottom of the ocean suddenly became much darker. Little flame. Qin Yu was puzzled. She reached out and patted the huge body beneath her. The ball of light in Yun Nuoshing's arms was probably an extension of its sensory organs. The sensory organs even expressed friendliness to them. At this moment, there was a faint uneasiness and a slight tremor coming from it. In fact, it was trembling slightly. Sitting on this 3,000 feet long island and watching it tremble, the movement was no different from an earthquake. After losing its power and sliding in the sea for dozens of miles, the small island at the bottom of the sea stopped. It was in a deadlock at this distance and refused to move forward. "There seems to be something in front." Jing Yuanji pointed to the front. She could feel the vibration of some large objects moving rapidly across the space. "It's about to appear in our sight." As soon as her voice trailed off and everyone looked ahead, they saw shadows of many objects reflected by the light appear right in front of them. Those were gigantic life forms and a large group of tribes. All of them appeared right in front of them, and then rushed towards them with fear. They swam past them, avoiding Little Flame and the others, and soon left them behind. Behind them were a large group of sea behemoths that were thousands of feet in size. Their huge bodies smashed the rolling waves that came at them, stirring up invisible waves in the sea as they swept away into the distance. Did something happen in the sea? Yun Nuoshing and the others turned their heads and looked ahead. They watched as the large group of life forms in the sea panicked and swept away into the distance as if they were fleeing for their lives. They were a little stunned for a moment. Mid-fire! Mid-fire! Over here! Qin Yu suddenly stood up and shouted to the front. Yun Nuoshing and the others, who were looking behind them, turned their eyes to the front. They saw a huge ball of light rushing towards them at a speed that was not slower than those life forms just now. Soon, it stopped right beside them. Midfire was almost the same as Xiaohua, but it looked more mature and robust. It was 6,000 feet in size, and the light and heat it released. It had shrunk back. It was hard to tell. The whole whale, the whole fish was a little stunned. Its hair had turned gray and lost its luster. Strange. Midfire is running lazily every day. Is there some kind of riot under the sea? Qin Yu tilted his head and said in a strange tone. However, his face was still calm and expressionless. He reached out and touched the ball of light that floated out from midfire. Disturbance under the sea? Yun Nuoshing slapped himself in the face. What the hell is going on again? Could it be that he was the one who influenced her again? Two balls of light, which were more than 10 feet in size, were approaching him. Yun Nuoshing thought that it was Xiaohua's light, but when he turned his head, he found that there was a mini Xiaohua or midfire in the ball of light. Xiaohua's ball of light did not have these in it. Moreover, it was looking at him curiously. Perhaps it was an extension of midfire's senses and was more mature. He could not help but reach out and poke it carefully. Some feelings suddenly surged through his fingers, causing his expression to change slightly. Its slightly panicked senses were mixed with some memory fragments that were born not too long ago. It was lying on the seabed, which was the planet's core. Suddenly, the entire seabed shook and woke it up from its dream. Then, some powerful energy spread out from the planet's core and disturbed the surrounding ocean. The massive energy frightened it, and the races and other life forms that gathered around it out of comfort fled in all directions in fear. Then, it was flipped over by a burst of energy that was neither light nor heavy. Its huge body rolled a few dozen times in the ocean before it pathetically came to a stop. Then, it rushed over in panic without knowing where it was going. Although it was more mature, its mind seemed to be still that of a child. After being frightened, the emotions that came out from the ball of light seemed to be about to cry. It also felt a little wronged and at a loss. Let me see how midfire is doing. Yun Nuoshing greeted Hui and the others and leaped out alone. The ball of light that carried midfire slid slowly along its huge body in the water and stopped near its belly. He held the ball of light and shone it in all directions. After a while, he found what he was looking for, a wound that was 10 feet wide. Well, it looked quite wide, but it probably didn't actually hurt it. For a creature of this size to have such a wide wound, it was as if a layer of skin had been broken. Logically speaking, a wound of this degree should have healed by now, but Yun Nuoshing moved closer and let the ball of light float inside the wound. He raised his head and looked inside. This wound was much deeper than he thought. He could see flesh and blood inside. There was a thin layer of tissue that prevented the blood from gushing out of the wound. However, there was another kind of energy that was destroying that layer of membrane, the distorted energy. It was a matter of course. Well, it's useless to complain. The energy that comes out of this world to cause trouble, what else can it be other than these guys? If there really is another energy that comes out of nowhere to cause trouble, then I'd better go home. Yun Nuoshing grinned. Well, using the power of destruction to tear open a destructive wound that would never recover from in this world. Then, he would go home and call for a large group of people to attack. Casually removing the distorted energy that was causing trouble, Yun Nuoshing took out the ball of light and waved his hand slowly over the wound in front of him. As his hand moved over the corresponding position, the wound became lighter and lighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. It disappeared until it was as if it had never existed. Buzz buzz. Yun Nuoshing had just finished dealing with the wound and floated up when he heard a joyful voice coming from the sea. Then, he saw the huge body of the central fire pressing down a little, and the huge head retracted and smashed his face. With such a huge body pressing down, it could not be said to be rubbing. It was only because his body was strong enough. If it was someone else, such as that little girl Siyu, they would probably have been smashed into the sea by this rubbing and smashing. Patting Zhonghua's head, Yun Nuoshing returned to Hui and the others. He gave them a look and said in their souls, "The warden is behind this. As for whether it's in the present or in the past, well, the core is indeed in a cooling state. It could only be something left behind in the past that is causing some trouble now." Warden? Feng Qinghuang was stunned. She did not understand what the warden meant. These worlds were created by those bastards from the distorted races. They are used to imprison these experimental subjects and white mice. They are the wardens. Jing Yuanji said. Qing Yu swam back from below. She had just ended her conversation with Zhonghua, and there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. However, she put those thoughts aside and smiled at Yun Nuoshing. "Lord Fengling, thank you. It's nothing." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand casually. Looking at her eyes, they were still calm. However, she caught a hint of thoughtfulness. "Do you know something?" "Ah! About that energy just now." Qing Yu calmly stroked her long hair and nodded. "That's the aura from the outside world. I once went to the outside world and felt it. It's a very frightening aura, like the aura of a law enforcer." Enforcers. This sensitive term made Yun Nuoshing and the others stunned. They quickly focused and pricked up their ears. Boom boom. Some kind of powerful destructive energy came from all directions. Like an arrow of light, it pierced through the void and fell into the sea. Then, it shot toward Qing Yu in a dazzling streak of golden light, as if it wanted to drown out the entire area. The sudden destructive rule energy stunned everyone. In the time it took for them to be stunned, the light was already in front of them. In the next moment, it would pierce through Qing Yu and turn her into a hedgehog. Yun Nuoshing didn't even have time to shout and let the energy surge out. Moreover, he didn't control the strength well for a moment. Boom! The violent dark red energy blasted a hole about 100 miles in diameter at the bottom of the sea. The seawater and all the energy were pushed 100 miles away. This place suddenly became a vacuum. Those arrows that contained terrifying destructive energy also collapsed into energy spots and disappeared in an instant. At this moment, everyone suddenly reacted. Jing Yuanji waved her hand and was about to catch the 2 fish that had left the sea. However, she suddenly realized that they were hovering in the air without any seawater. They looked at the scene where the seawater around them disappeared and were stunned for a moment. Xiaohua and Xiaohua can actually fly. Don't worry. Qing Yu smiled. After a moment, she patted her chest and let out a long breath. That scared me. I didn't expect that in this space they would be punished. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at him speechlessly. I can't tell from your expression that you were frightened just now. Haven't you been looking for trouble all this time? How could you not know about this? Yun Nuoshing could not help but ask. After all, I don't know anyone around me. Like me, those who went to the outside world and came back here. Those who had the chance to leave here lived carefully on the other side and did not violate any rules. Qing Yu stroked her long hair and smiled. I was the only one who was chased back. So you know that you are special. Yun Nuoshing and the others smiled bitterly. The enforcers are. Qing Yu abruptly shut her mouth and looked around cautiously. She saw that there was nothing around her except for the seawater that couldn't close in time. She sighed in relief. Maintenance regulations. Well, that's it. But they don't monitor that world all the time. Other than the occasional patrol, they won't suddenly appear in front of you. In other words, as long as they are not caught or informed, there will be no problems. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at each other and stuck their tongues out. It was very similar to them. The rebirth order could not always monitor the entire realm of the gods and monitor everything, no matter how big or small. If such a situation occurred, it would be a reign of terror. Qing Yu nodded. That's right. I have seen those enforcers a few times. The last time I saw them was when they threw me back here. Then, the energy on their bodies was exactly the same as the energy in the middle of the fire that I saw just now. I can't deal with it. It is very different from all the energy that I know. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes slightly. This land of exile was created by those people outside, and the enforcers of those people and the core of this land of exile all had distorted energy. Could it be that there were people from the distorted race in this world? How strong are the enforcers? Yun Nuoxing twisted her wrist. Just in case, it was better to understand their strength. If they were really people from a distorted race, conflict would be unavoidable. Most of them are mid-reciprocity cultivators. When I went out in the past, I would occasionally see people around me become law enforcers. As for high-reciprocity cultivators, I've heard of their existence, but I've never actually seen them, Qing Yu said thoughtfully. In other words, the bottom line of this world was very high. Even if they triggered high-level origin energy, it would not attract too much attention. But that was not necessarily the case. After all, this world was still a cage. If someone in the cage used high-level origin energy, it was inevitable that they would be caught. Splash! The thick and heavy sea slapped against their bodies with great force, causing the group of people and the two huge fish to move to the side. Qing Yu squeaked at the two fish, and before the sea calmed down, they began to swim in another direction. The empire on the sea won't be affected, right? Siyu looked at the sea that was beginning to close behind her. She was a little worried when she thought about how the energy just now could cause a tsunami. It's okay. The cities all have their own defensive barriers. A natural energy like a tsunami can't destroy them. After all, this planet lived in endless storms and waves in the beginning. It's much more serious than this. Qing Yu shook her head. The strange rumbling sound just now seemed to have calmed down after Yun Nuoxing released the law. No more rumbling sounds could be heard. The energy that made countless life forms fearful and uneasy also disappeared. The fact that Xiaohua and Dehua were willing to swim forward was proof. I'll go down and take a look. Yun Nuoxing squeaked. She got up and jumped down from Xiaohua's body. She quickly dived to the bottom of the sea. The people beside her did not have time to stop her. Qing Yu's voice was only half heard. Lord Fengling, the core may still be in danger. Cough cough, ignore him. We saw Qing Yu inside. He waved his hand. He's like a cockroach. He can't be killed. Qing Yu responded. Her eyes stared calmly below. A trace of worry flashed across her eyes. The core of this planet was a cold stone that had cooled down for many years. At least, this was the case when one looked at it with their eyes. The distance was not very far. In just a short while, Yun Nua planet had already descended to the location of the core. Looking at the gray and cold stone ball, it was actually a piece of land. This stone ball was a little big. When one looked at it from such a close angle, one could see that it was a piece of land on the seabed. Other than that, there was nothing else. There was no life. They were probably scared away by the movement just now. His eyes were filled with a silvery white color. He stretched out his palm and was about to place it on the surface of the land. Energy state. There's a seal. She looked at her palm pressing on the land at the bottom of the sea. She felt a different cold temperature from the surrounding seawater. She could not help but frown. Her palm touched the cold temperature of hell, but her body felt like it was in a warm, hot spring. When she reached out to touch it, she saw some scarlet energy lines flashing across the bottom of the sea. It shone towards the other end of the sea. There was a force that prevented her from delving deeper. "You want to stop me?" Yun Nuoshing chuckled. She gradually increased the strength in her hand. The power of rules, divinity, and divine right bloomed together. The land in front of her was stimulated. She hurriedly threw out many scarlet energy lines. Those lines connected together to form some complete energy runes. There was a hint of the runes from the realm of the gods. The runes from the realm of the gods, the form of the abyss death fog, and more. This twisted race. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed. What were they planning to do by taking so many other things? Just as she was thinking about the connection between these things, she suddenly felt a prying gaze. Her expression changed abruptly. She quickly withdrew her hand. A thick layer of black fog appeared around her body. She melted into the void on the spot. A powerful gaze suddenly locked onto this place at the bottom of the sea. The place that the gaze swept over froze the space, forming layers of seals. However, she did not see anything. She only saw the energy seals at the bottom of the sea slowly calming down. She could not help but squint. A weak voice echoed as if she was whispering to herself. "Someone has been here? I can't find any traces. It's impossible for anyone to hide from my sight." Then, the seal has loosened. It's not time yet. There's still one more month. Start repairing it. A huge crack appeared in the sea. A huge arm that was thousands of feet long stretched out from the crack. It cut through the sea with a rumble and pressed on the place where Yun Nuoshing had just broken the seal. Scarlet energy flashed. Those broken energy seals were repaired one after another. After a long time, the hand slowly retracted into the crack and disappeared. The bottom of the sea was quiet for a long time. It was deep and dark. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the black fog surged. Yun Nuoshing's figure appeared. He looked at the place where the hand pressed on and repaired the seal. He could not help but frown. "It's being monitored. It seems that I can't touch it casually." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.